All right, for joining us, thanks so much for Ill-Fated Session 20.
Woo!
Session
No,
20.
That's a big number.
That's a big number.
It's a big number.
Yeah. I mean, I have two groups right now. There's session 40, going 42 tomorrow, and then 43 next Monday. So yeah, it's getting up there. Let me tell you, they're not even close to finishing the campaign. So
Oh my god.
yeah, it's big time. Okay,
Hope you don't get sick of us.
Oh, I'm so sick of all of
He's
it.
already
This is
sick of
just
us, yeah.
disgusting. Get out of
Can't
here.
take it.
What are you doing?
It doesn't surprise me. Finish the game already.
Finish it.
Hurry up.
Gosh, what are you level 2? So last session started off pretty smooth. I mean, nothing really happened. We were doing our shopping sort of stuff, right? We're going through getting items and making sure that we're all kind of what's the word? Satisfied with what we want to do within the holy city here, right? This is a big city. There's there's opportunities here. I mean, not as many opportunities as other cities such as Beelder or Lathan that are south, but there's enough here to get your magical items, your spellcasting components, right? A Sentinel shield, which actually ended up being really super cheap here, right? So there's certain items that were actually religiously oriented towards like clerics and paladins, and those were relatively inexpensive. A big highlight that happened on last session was for Lucar. And this was understanding perhaps where their divine magic kind of comes from. In a very traditional sense, a paladin and clerics generally get their power from a deity. Lucar doesn't know wholeheartedly where that power comes from, and it seems that there is some sort of spiritual connection to their clan that is now kind of built into them, and they're pulling from that to manifest into divine. The one highlight from speaking to Sordai, right, going through all of that in the Sun Tree kind of consciousness in that place, was that Sordai had told Lucar that they were chosen by Magello, which described Magello as a young human wizard. There were others that were there as well that were not from your clan. So there are other humanoids from perhaps the continent or outside of them. So that was really the highlight of the whole, right? If we're talking about lore-wise, that one piece of information is a highlight. Now, we come to the very traumatic experience with two of your party members who decided they were just going to get some nice, fine, regal food and maybe go do a little dancing. They happened to walk into the High Squire and actually caught up with Damodar, who was there to meet Jill. And that did not turn out very well, as one of the paladins stood up, was hearing the conversation, seeing Jill crying. It's very typical of a paladin, right? They're arrogant, they're seeing someone in distress, and they have to act. So they stand up, and that did not sit well with what was happening. And all of a sudden, these mages and plague doctor-like masks kind of arose, right? There's kind of a blackish mask with a long extended snout. They had kind of these glass-like eyes right there. You couldn't see through them, and they had just the robes, like black robes all the way through, and the cowl came over. So they were hiding themselves with what they looked like, but they spoke, and they also had different sizes, that they were all a variety of races, right? You heard different accents and different length, so they weren't just one race. It seems that there was a plethora that you were hearing from their voices as well as the sizing of them. In addition, they carried the same staff. They were able to summon it probably from a pocket plane into their hands that you actually have, Varys, which is the staff of warding, right? So they actually have that, and they all have them, which starts maybe to kind of put your head a little bit into the coffin or the sarcophagus, right? When we're inside of the Othema crypt and who that was and getting that, right? So kind of putting maybe if they have it, how did this person have it? Now I have it. Now, Damodar was not interested, it seemed, in killing you both. There was a lack of interest to that. Even then, they were just there to meet Jill. And so you two happening to be there almost fit really well into what they kind of phrased as chosen, or the prophecy, kind of going into this playing, being like, oh, you just happen to be here, right, when I'm here, kind of thing. It's so comical, right? Kind of a funny thing. Now, we'll go into any more details very specifically in general. Varys, you gave information that the map, right, and third Oakand, it's in the treasury. So you gave that information to Damodar. That's what was the single piece of information that they were looking for. And then they gave 2 gold coins to either Tegan, both Tegan and Varys. And these coins simply said, just kiss them, and then I will come, right? You're my friends now. This is the language. Gave you a little bit of a hug, right? That's very awkward and not consensual. So from there, they teleported away. And in moments, there was an explosion at the keep. So it happened very, very much in sequence. And this explosion, based on being dark, it's hard to see, only braziers on the towers and what in shadows and things. But you could see plumage of smoke, right? And you can hear the bells and the horns being rung out and people yelling, right? Coming from that direction, suggesting that whatever happened was quite large. It was not like just a massive earthquake shattering explosion, but it was enough to create smoke and other debris into the air and shake your ears and things with the sound. So the rest of you, besides Thanos currently at Smith's Row, and you're just working away, the rest of you had got into a hideout of some kind and gained entrance into this place. And you're trying to find this individual referred to as L, right? That's kind of said, ask for L. So you're brought into this hideout, and it's very clear that this is something not just old. It's been here for a while in this hideout, but it's very much a secret within a secret, right? The barkeep, which seemed to be just, seemed to be something that was just like a normal, common person, kept you waiting there for like, an hour, some odd amount at the table, and actually was the person who was going to take you there anyways. So like, it was just like, are you serious right now? And I think there might be like a specific, code that they have to go through, right? A routine or something. And so it seems like everyone's in on it. Except yourselves, right? The barkeep's in on it. These people are sitting here. That's how I met them. They were disappeared at the table. So,
yet another play where we're up on stage and we don't have our lines.
There you go. So, anyways, you've just gotten there, and then you had the message sent to you. So you have that, and so you have to kind of make a decision if you're getting up and leaving and going to. They never described where they were going. Right, they just told you that Damodar was here, and so you have to make a decision of what we do then, or perhaps do we involve L? I mean, what Lucar information you got from them is that these people are not exactly these people are exactly the kind of people that you would need to hunt a monster, right, or something that would be kind of villainous and evil and dark, right? They're the kind of people that go for that. So, right, do we involve L in this now, and do we bring him into the whole equation of whatever the hell is going on? So that's something to think about for you two. Zeph is with you. Zeph will be in a zombified state, involved if we need them. But we're gonna start with Thanos because I want to see what Thanos is gonna do in this situation, with seeing what is happening. So the Smith's Row, all right, we're in the evening, right? We have the twilight, so we're kind of in the cresting of the sundown. You technically, in your space, without the forged light, you would be invisible, which would be really comical. But you are currently there, and so the crowd itself around you is not horribly large. It's kind of medium-sized people that are still moving through and making way. There's horse traffic through the row. The row works into the night as well. It's kind of a 24/7 thing, right? They have shipments coming in from the foundry with ingots fresh as they're delivering them out. 24/7 clockwork, lots of smoke billowing around, and you're just hammering and working away. And then all of a sudden, you hear this distant explosion that erupts. Give a little bit of an explosion sound, and everyone kind of turns in the direction of that, and they're looking at the western direction where the explosion came from. And then you can hear the very subtle sounds of a bell that kind of rings out, and those are going to continue.
So, I guess hearing that and kind of seeing people look, I would go outside. Can I tell what exploded or where the explosion was?
Yeah, so you can based on the fact that this map is just showing you flat, but there's a lot of elevation differences. The keep is visible at all times from the city, unless you're in alleyways and things. This Mist is quite open, so you might be able to get out to a street and look in the western direction, right? So you're getting kind of maybe moving a couple blocks to the south, holding your hammer. You're covered in soot and dirt and muck from hard work. Crafting these items. So you head in the southern direction, and then you look off to the west, and you can see that there is debris kind of pluming above the keep. And seeing just that with the shadow work and the faint of light, you can see people moving on the walls to your left here, right on the south side. They're going towards their towers, and they're going to arms, right? People are kind of going and making guards and soldiers are going to their posts. But beyond that, you can't see anything else.
I guess being Thanos and being curious as to if that was my allies, since they are ill-fated, I would probably find an alleyway to use the cloak kind of in the darkness to begin to fly, and I guess I would head towards kind of the Noble District / Keep, kind of out of people's line of sight and in that kind of dim light as much as possible.
Okay. So you're leaving your work there. You go into a dark alleyway. You mutter the words, and then you... and you begin to fly. Oh, yeah, never a dull moment. Okay, so you take the cloak out.
We were worried about Eye Monster.
And then you begin to fly above. You also are in the invisible condition with the lighting, and you're kind of flying through. There's a little bit of a snow kind of falling down, right? So there's overcast and snow falling down, which is creating visibility, especially up here. It's difficult. Then you kind of fly over the Holy District, and that snow kind of subsides and stops. It's warm. And then you can see that there are two of your companions on the main street as they're heading in the direction of the Holy District. They're 2 to 3 blocks away from that actual small kind of semi-arched opening that can be closed with a double wooden door. So they're not too far away from the Holy District.
Okay, but it looks like they're kind of running from the Noble District to the Holy District.
Yeah, they're running east, and they're kind of running by. And there's actual like horses, like war horses and other things of like guard and soldiers and things, and they're kind of spilling out into the main road there and heading in the western direction as well. They're not paying them any heed. They're continuing to move, and you can notice that there's kind of a gathering of sorts at the High Squire as well. So there are maybe 24 worth of guards and horses now at the High Squire. And then there are more kind of individuals on top of the wall that are there to keep. You're also at a higher level, but with lighting, because it's getting dark, you can't see the keep anymore. So it's kind of transitioning away from being able to see it.
So the keep's not on fire, it just blew up.
It just blew up, right? There's no fire giving off any light.
Okay. I would land directly in front of the two of my allies running away from said scene of explosion.
Okay.
I mean, I draw my rapier and then realize it's Thanos and just go, we need to go!
Is he visible? Or
Once he comes down to the Noble District, in this specific circuit, there is lamps and things. So there is light that's giving off from the street. Yeah, so you can see, obviously, Thanos is flying down. That becomes visible in that, like...
Good. You're here. Let's go. We need to get the fuck out of here.
What did you guys do?
Damodar's here.
Did you guys
Now
already
he
tell
has the-
Maldor?
Yes.
Do we know where Maldor and them are? Can we just go meet them? I'm sure that, you know.
We did tell you where we were going, but I don't think you guys had ever been there. So I don't know if they know how to get there.
I also did I say to meet back at the inn? Am I sending?
I think you literally just said, Damodar's here, we have to go.
Yeah, that's
I'm
literally
pretty
what
sure
you
that's all
said.
he
Yeah, I was trying to remember back, and I what I have in my notes is that you did not tell them where any locations are. You just said that Damodar was here. We need to go. You're pretty freaked out. I mean, like as a
Yeah.
kid first, I think both of you were super freaked out at the time.
No, I mean, they went to go talk to the fucking weird dudes that Lucar found. I don't know. I just figured they'd know to meet us back at the inn. I can send again. It's not that big a deal. We just. Oh, we're so fucked.
Are
He's
we?
got the map and Okan now.
How did he?
He's at the keep.
You guys didn't tell him where it was, did you?
I just look at Varys.
Varys doesn't say anything. Varys just has his like hands on his face. He's just like,
Oh dear God. Yeah. Tell Maldor and them to meet us back at the inn.
Right.
Thanos is
Yes.
very disappointed right now, and you guys can see it on his face. And he doesn't show emotion, so he's just an FY. Disappointed dad face right now. That just empty, emotionless face as he just
my face is empty and emotionless, but for a different reason. I feel like I'm fucking traumatized. So, touche, fuckhead.
Did you guys tell
Um,
him about the staff? Do you think he's after the staff?
No,
Personal
we didn't tell him
reasons.
about that.
Staff got destroyed. I'm pretty sure. It's like
Yeah,
with
it
the
merged.
sentry now.
No, we gave it to the Lord. We gave him all the shit.
I don't think he's had
Oh,
time to
fuck. I mean,
destroy it yet.
It's missing the piece, because we gave that back to the tree or whatever, but the rest of it was still intact.
But we didn't tell Damodar about it.
I mean, presumably if he raided the treasury, he might
Right.
have found
Yeah,
it,
I'm
though.
just saying, like that wasn't part of the whole situation.
Alright, well, Tegan's gonna hit sending again and say, we need to figure this out, regroup at the inn, head straight there. And, yeah.
You've
then
reached Gentile and
we'll take it
Associates. Please hold. Where the fuck? You can reply to sending, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So now we're gonna pause. So we're gonna pause your conversation here, and we're gonna get back into the hideout. I'm also going to pull. I'm gonna prop everyone's tokens down, regardless if they're here or not, so they can get an idea of what this looks like. Okay, so now you've been sent one sending, and then after a period of a decent amount of time, so we're gonna go off the first sending here, and you're gonna react, and then I'm gonna tell you when that second sending is gonna get there.
That works. Okay, so yeah, I just got the first message that just said Damodar's here and we need to go.
Correct.
So Maldor is just going to continue to size up L and not really. He's kind of stone faced, but Lucar, in your head, you hear, "Oh, great! The dandy two-steppers found fucking Damodar. They didn't even tell me where the fuck he is. Apparently, he's here though. We should go kill him."
I put my hand on my blade. Let's do it.
What are we gonna do about your friend here? I mean, he went to a lot of trouble to talk to this guy. We don't even know where to fucking go at this point. I just.
To be honest, there's not much we could do yet.
At least point us in a direction. I wonder if your friend knows anything about this. Couldn't hurt to ask.
So, this is out loud now. So, Lucius,
Yep.
what do you know of a sorcerer named Damodar?
Why do you want to know?
Just that we would like to kill him, and apparently he's here in town.
Well, if Damnar is here, then you have some serious trouble. But I don't know how I would react to the situation. Shoes. Seems like a foolhardy quest just to run in and try to kill him. The Brotherhood's vein runs deep. We have many and a lot of places. We operate trying to figure out as much information as possible before we make a move. Based on you all arriving here, I thought it might be clear to have a nice conversation with you. To warn you that perhaps you need to take a step back from all that killing you've been doing. Ask a few more questions. I also like to offer my services. Second master. Bit old for the right, the order itself, but perhaps we can come to some arrangements. Not anything that the Adventurers Guild will offer you, but beyond a nice stale ale and loaf of bread that's been twice baked. I'm talking real shit.
Real shit.
What I've heard is true. You're fixing to kill dragons. It's going to require a whole lot of shit. Especially in this day and age.
They do tend to be rather troublesome.
Last I was here, I was told your order is devoted to eradicating evil. But that's all I know.
That is correct. We perceive evil as, well, all manners of creatures and things. Our views do not align with the Talthars. In fact, much of their history might be considered evil in itself. I suppose that's a tale for a different day.
That's we have come, at least some of us, to a somewhat similar conclusion.
Well, then my insight still is true, and perhaps we can be allies.
We could use all the help we can get. As much as I'm loath to admit that running in sword first is maybe not the wisest path.
I did not expect you to befriend anyone who told you to kill less things.
Listen,
Let me
that
offer.
time in the void changed me.
Let me offer my first piece of helpful advice. Why don't you just sit here in this chairs and just let whatever's happening happen? Because there's nothing that you both can do to stop it, nor can I. Why don't we start out with some questions? What do you want to know?
Since you seem to know at least a bit about Demodar, do you know what he wants?
Damodar wants what a lot of people on the continent of Arthuria have wanted for 300 years. Greater than that. Before the Talthals reigned, the Sular Kingdom occupied most of Arthuria's northern regions, territories. Magic in the time of the Sular Kingdom flourished, but there was conflict between those who worshipped in their deities and religion and the practicing of arcane. It's going to sum up a whole lot of history. It makes it very quick for you. This had led to inquisitions. I don't know if you know what Justicars are, but Justicars actually predated the Talthars. They were the first inquisitors. They were utilized during the Crusades, which took part the Sular Kingdom, not the Talthars.
Interesting. That I wasn't aware of. And Maldor will tap on the Justicar halberd that he's got like laid up against his back.
I'm sure your weapon has killed many a magic user. But it's not that they were simply judge, jury, and executioners. There was a whole lot more to it. But because of what was referred to as the Reckoning, which many speculate grew up in the depths of Baalder, which I know not to be true, they were pushing to move and eradicate many of those who worshipped Pelor and Bane and other deities. This was brought about after an event known as the Wilds. It is a period in the history of Antares. You all know what congruences are?
Aside from the juxtaposition of two things, I suspect you mean something more specific.
Oh, that's almost exactly what I was thinking you'd know about, which is great. Antares is home to, well, used to be home to many congruences. These bridges to different planes. Along with them, metaphysical properties, creatures and monsters. The Velkit, the Brotherhood, was formed during the Wilds. It was to combat the numerous creatures that poured over from the Feywild that were of the more hideous nature. During this period, deities wanted all sorts of influence, but they could not leave their own planes. So in order to broaden their influence and power, they needed devotees. They needed people to worship them. And they did this using these congruences.
Front of the back door.
In the wake of the Wilds, many of these congruences were destroyed by the very deities that used them, right against their own rivals and whatnot. Even deities in the Shadowfell began to use them. Don't ask me how that happens, but apparently it does. I suppose they're already there, just inactive, became active. Anyways.
How long back, relatively, was this period, the Wilds?
It's over 3,000 years ago. Well, we speculate, anyways. For many civilizations and societies even existing on Arthuria, let alone the rest of the world.
As someone who spent a millennia guarding the Celestial Gate to prevent things from getting into this plane, the fact that there were just back doors popping up everywhere irks me.
Well, I believe that these bridges, at least the scaffolding, has always been there. A congruence does not mean that one can just go back and forth. There is much more involved to make it so they are connected. But the scaffolding is always there. Never be dismantled. At least that's what we thought. Tell the deities to start dismantling them somehow. Or why? But it would
They-
always just go ahead.
Bane, evil as they may be, implied viewing these fonts of power of deities on this plane as an abomination.
There you go. Suppose you're figuring out yourself. Always helps to ask questions to get answers to. Make your own decisions before you swing that sword.
He's
Anyways,
really good at swinging the sword, though.
oh, I don't doubt it. I'm sure you're quite good at killing people and things. The Reckoning. Well, the Velkin Brotherhood believes that they started up in the wilds, and they were to combat the deities and their followers. They saw the congruences as a source of power to be wielded and to be nourished and cherished. Essentially, the natural world. These things existed long before we were here. So why would we manipulate, mess around with them? Even deities shouldn't have that kind of power. Reckoning's been around for a long time. We've been tracking them. They were pushed out by the Sular Kingdom, almost eradicated, and then the Talthars as well, during the Age of the Great Purge. The Reckoning still flourishes. Just like this hideout here, they have their own. Hidden pocket dimensions and other spaces. Unable to reach unless you're part of them. Which, if you are, and they find you out, not like you'll make it. They're very powerful. They're most of the finest trained wizards and sorcerers and warlocks found anywhere on the planet. They do not use their power just for evil, which is why the Brotherhood doesn't move against them directly.
So the motives may be somewhat not all bad, but their methods are questionable
Correct.
on occasion.
Which is almost similar fashion to the Sular Kingdom and Talthars with their inquisitions and crusades. So we Brotherhood find ourselves in this gray area. So we only act in the black, not the gray. We will not kill unless we do know. That is why we ask questions first.
I do find myself growing tired of the amount of grey. Accustomed to everything being much more deliberate and certain.
Suppose that's where you might come from.
Not very useful to question primordial devouring entity. They didn't have a lot of useful things to say.
I suppose not.
However, how far back? You said at some point the deities started to dismantle these congruences themselves. Do you know roughly when is that estimated to have started happening?
I believe it was long before the wilds, before
Long before.
could be millions of years ago. We don't know. I mean, again, I do not believe that the congruences themselves have been destroyed. I immediately believe they've been suspended. You know, if you take apart something good enough, it's going to be very difficult to put it back together. And that kind of power to wield, to be able to do something out of a natural cosmic force is unfathomable.
So, do you feel that you mentioned the reckoning is a bit of one, bit of the other? Where do they stand in relation to Damadon? Allies, enemies, both?
That's what we're getting to.
Ah.
This whole conversation has been about Damodar, has it not?
As everything seems to be these days.
Well, 8 years ago, war broke out in the far south. The Vodir, which are goblinoids, making mainly consistent of hobgoblins. The Vodir are united under a banner of orcs, hobgoblins, goblins, normally coming from the Silendar jungle, the southern Lavastir Mountains. They themselves love dragons. They were long here before many of the Temerian colonizers and dwarven clans arrived. And with the place only ruled by dragons, you might as well fall in love with them and serve them. The Vodir have long kept that tradition, so it does not surprise me that they align themselves with Damodar, who seems to have some servicing of dragons. There are orcs that exist within the Ismar region foothills, nearby the Blanefoot Plains. They have united themselves together under a banner, but they are not Vodir. They do not see the likes of Damodar, let me tell you. There is a leader that walks amongst them that is quite powerful, known as Ukakar. I find this one to be quite intelligent, the way they maneuver and work. These orcs don't just simply raid and steal anymore, it seems they're more coordinated. Something to be aware of. If they do join Damodar, they could become quite worrisome. But I don't think so. I don't think that will happen. There are others that walk, not just the Vodir with Damodar in the far south, but you have what's referred to as eye monsters. Large creatures that have innate natural magic about them, wielding the very fabric of chaos and powerful rays disintegrate you, paralyze, petrify. Does not surprise me that they will come out of the woodwork. They've been kept in the darkness and shadows for a long time. Used to stand up to the mights of dragons. But that befell them. They went into the darkness, creating their layers and breeding themselves. Then you have the Reckoning. They are aligned with Damodar. And so is the Black Hand, according to numerous of my envoys.
We did encounter some of the Black Hand. They seemed aligned in so much as that he was using them for his own personal.
I'm sure they're on some sort of zealous zeal for their deity Bane and whatever mission that they're told to do. So maybe that's something to do with, hey, if you serve Damodar, then perhaps then you'll have a better spread of my religion across the continent. I have no idea. Black Hand have been gone for a long time. They have been working in the shadows just the same as us. And they are very difficult to kill and deal with. If I had to describe anything as pure evil, I would describe them as that. If you were able to kill one, then I would probably say that was some sort of initiate, lower recruit. I highly doubt that was anybody of good nature and stature.
Yeah, he was rather strong, but he also seemed like kind of a jackass, so that checks out.
Yeah, well, that's many of the Black Hand. Arrogant, just like the Talthars, but yet pure evil. Some sort of hidden, mindless agenda. If you ask me, I wish they would just kill themselves and everyone else could just sit on the sidelines and watch.
Not a bad take.
If only our enemies would all do the same.
Although that would get rather boring. I just want to help a little bit.
So,
Fair.
now we come to the dragons. It's been long known that dragons called to Arthuria. For a long period, dragons have ruled over, before humanoids ever existed here, even goblinoids. They take over fighting, changing the very land around them. In most recent history, there's been protectors, 2 dragons, a bronze and a gold, known as Zalrog and Asku. They helped cultivate and ensure that civilization could grow, along with draconic sorcerers led by their blood. They helped push back the very might of what's known as Barithun. And another known as
Breath my
Tresgal.
sword.
But Zalrog disappeared, never to be seen again. And in that moment over 2,000 years ago, Barithun made a move, and Askuk was not powerful enough. Tresgal disappeared as well. He still had servants. We fought them, always spreading, always controlling. Now we come to recent history. Barithun slain. Holran the Protector. Tresgal still influencing from the shadows. Some sort of crystal layer, I imagine. Civilization continues to flourish. If it hadn't been for the Protectors, cities would topple and people would be killed. There would be no life here. So, having the control of dragons, and not just simply using them over the past 8 years to topple and destroy all life, makes me believe that Damodar is after something that's far more tangible: civilization. A new age, perhaps. A new order. Let magic flourish and become free. No more worshipping of deities. I have no idea, but something of the latter. But to control dragons, that's something that takes a whole lot of power to do. Something that I've never heard of. So when dragons fell onto the Wizard Keep prior to the start of the war 8 years ago, you can imagine that this sovereign place, this place of protected magic and very powerful of wizards and sorcerers, built on the layer of Barithun and Mount Dramar, when it fell, there would be no stopping Damodar. Because the very people that could stop him had already lost. So in my opinion, Damodar is going to do whatever the fuck Damodar is going to do with all of them dragons. And the forces that fight for them down in the far south against the Talthars and now the Temerians, it's just a farce. It's just fake. It's a ruse. That's my opinion.
So all of his massive armies are just a misdirect.
Misdirect, perhaps to weaken the Reckoning, weaken the High Monsters, weaken the Vodir. Now Fire Giants involved as well from Warsaw, from Penn Island.
They make them big down there.
So I've heard.
Motherfucker.
I'm done. That's the end of this. We're closing the session early. All right.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Hilton!
We're gonna have a discussion on pun
You
allowances.
gotta have
and,
some fun in a very serious conversation. Come on.
We'll be here all Saturday.
Could it be to
Chips in the
weaken?
jar.
Could it be to weaken their own forces, as well as the Temerians and the Talthars? To weaken them down, to make them brittle, tearing at the seams, Dragons, this overarching power that just can't seem to be toppled, instilling fear in the very hearts of those that worship the God of light, God of the sun, shrouding them in darkness of fear and terror, tearing apart the very fabric of why they worship the deity. The deity can't save them. Similar thing happened when Olara was transformed into the Crystal Desert and later named the Gorn Valley. Bane took hold. The very people that worship Pelor turned to Bane as they tried to survive a desert without food, water, shelter, trapped by intimidating sandstone mountains. Complicated. The more I talk about it, the more questions I have. Which again, we only operate in the black. There's too much gray involved with this.
You said when the Wizard's Keep toppled, the only people who could stand against him were gone. Do you mean the protectors you mentioned?
The protectors were the dragons, which were now in control of Damodar. So, the only one really truly being, well, two of which, I would say, would be Holran and Beldar. Romina is a green dragon. I'm actually familiar with Romina. Romina likes to protect the Vodir in the Silendal jungle. It's a place that even the Temerians can't get into. Romina lives not on this continent, offshore, somewhere in the ocean. There is a whole side of Romina that is quite good, I'd imagine. Could be one of the protectors as well. I'm quite not sure. Anyways, those are the protectors I say. I'm talking about the Wizard's Keep being full of powerful mages of a sovereign entity outside the Talthars. They would be the only ones that, if they had a solution or something that could go against whatever Damodar is and guys the dragons, they'd be the ones. And so systematically, Damodar took them out.
What do you know of Damodar's origins, if anything?
I don't know. All I know is that is what's chanted by the forces. And that is what I've heard from my spies.
We experienced some sort of a vision, perhaps, transported somewhere. We suspected it was in the past, but wasn't entirely clear. But there was... The Talthars were sieging a village and killing users of the arcane. There was a small boy being rescued by someone who identified herself as Lady Sindar Elena.
Lady
She
Sindar
seemed to
Elena.
recognize us.
Interesting. Go on.
Well, she seemed to recognize us, said that we shouldn't be there. Took the boy off on a boat. We have come to suspect that that might be a vision of the past and perhaps the origin of Damodar. That would certainly leave you with a thirst for vengeance against the Talthars. But then I'd find it odd that someone who rescued Damodar is now amassing forces against him, from what the Lord told us.
Suppose that is correct. Lady Sindar Elena presides over Mirren. It's a palace within the city of Merlandar, which used to be a Temerian colonial city. Lady Sindar Elena comes from one of the noble houses in Elion and is definitely a bridge between the two, the Talthars and of the Temerian Republic. Lady Sindar Elena getting worked up with something like that. I'd imagine whatever you witnessed, if it was in the past, if it was something that brought you there, would perhaps be something related to the Age of the Great Purge, which was over 200 years ago, or it was more recent. False Prophecies of Paylene was one of the late magistrates to King Reldor Talthar at the early age foretold prophecy that someone would arise to put an end to the Talthar bloodline.
Yes, yeah, we did some research. That was sort of where we arrived with it as well. Again, with all the timelessness of it all, it's hard to put together.
We've received many answers past days, and all they do is make more questions, especially as time is concerned. The first time we met, you asked me about the Bane of Barathun, did some research,
Oh,
and learned,
that was not me.
oh,
Right.
Yeah. But continue.
But your friend isn't your friend. That's confusing.
yes, true. Anyways, learned that it was forged by 5 wizards, one of which was Magello. We met him as he defended us against Damodar while we fought the White Dragon, and he was very old, or at least appeared so. And with the aid of the Sun Tree, I recently made contact with the souls of my clan, especially my grandmother, who implied that they were also chosen in some of the same way as my companions and I, except they were chosen directly by Magello, who at the time was a younger man. The history of the Bane of Barathun suggests that Magello is over 1,000 years old. None of this makes much sense.
And he's also apparently the magistrate for the king currently.
That is correct. There is one goes by the name Magello, an old human that is the magistrate to King Reldor Talthar. Actually pulled him away from the false prophecies of Paylene. Something that aided the king very much. Magello's been quite promising as a steward to the only sole heir, Prince Aether. Now, I have seen quite many entity preserving their life over a long period. Packs and other sorts of magic. It would not surprise me if this Magello did the same. However, what you've stated is that they are of good nature. They aided you in helping you and also seems to be putting things together.
What
That's
little
at
we
least,
know.
Yeah, the image that we were given. I suspect anyone with that much power has their own motivations.
Everyone will always have their own selfish desires. But it's those that are truly great that can move past them, do what's best for the whole. Is this his person? I can't tell you. I don't know much about Magello.
One other thing that irks me, this gold dragon has apparently been here for, you say, thousands of years?
Well, referring to Horan, Horan has been alive for over 2,000 years.
The Dragonborn clan that he surrounds himself with, would they have also been with him all this time?
I believe they're called the Belknok. They exist in the Crystal Desert in a village known as Nisquil. Not much is known. They don't like outsiders and they keep to themselves. They don't actually live in the mountains. They live at the base, the northern side, nearby Lake Chris. I don't know what you were getting at here.
My clan lived in those before they were destroyed, but we'd never heard of or met a gold dragon or other dragonborn clan. It makes little sense to me.
Sounds like something you're gonna have to figure out for yourself. Nothing I can help you with.
Something about time just seems strange.
Well, keep asking questions and keep putting things together, and maybe it'll get right within your mind.
Doesn't seem that strange, but
At this point,
biased.
the sending comes through.
So what did you say this time? You wanted to meet at the inn?
Yeah.
Wait, is Damodar at the inn? Is that where we're killing him? Be more specific. Fuck. Lucor in your head. Apparently they're meeting up at the inn. They still haven't told me where the fuck Damodar is.
I'm going to assume not at the inn, since that's where they're going.
Probably. I mean, that's should just go take care of it. But
We
our
are
new friend,
the likely ones to charge head first. They maybe not so.
Maybe that's why they didn't tell us where he is. But that's kind of backhanded if you think about it.
On brand.
So you've blessed us with lots of information, El. What is it? Obviously, you have interest in slaying dragons, but what else do you have invested in this? What would you want of us?
Well, this might come to your surprise, but I'm not looking to get anything. Feel as though you might need some help on your quest to put away some dark things. Giving you the tools of power to your trade is better than trying to be selfish in my own desires. The Brotherhood does not see themselves as such. We are a collective, like-minded ideas. Put away evil so that good can flourish. And we believe that anybody that wants to do that, the level that you all are attempting to do, deserves to be provided information and aided in what you are attempting to do. As I said, you are far too young to go through rites, to go into the order, to go in through the mutagenesis process. There's not anything that we can do for you to provide the gifts of Vilk. So,
What
I
is
can
one
offer-
typically when you do that? Just out of curiosity.
generally, under the age of 5,
Oh, we're too old. So.
you are too old. They will not take to you. You most likely die in the process. Does not mean you cannot function in the Brotherhood at some capacity. We have many that are in all facets of different things, and they serve to provide information and work within the cohort. But I think that for you, it should be more of you getting information from us, and perhaps some items to benefit you. In exchange, the only thing I ask is that you continue to ask questions first before you swing your swords.
Look over at Maldor. And we
Almost
do
called me
that.
Damodar. That's telling.
I know, right?
Well, I'm known for my even-keeled temperament.
All right, then. So, if you would like to take offer and services, Mistress is just down there. Points towards the southern stone and metallic door. Hang a left, eastern door, you find a small apothecary. You're more than welcome to inquire as to potions and other sorts of things that are going to help you.
Ever smoking vials for Thanos.
Mistress is
The
quite
life
different
alert bracelet.
and is capable of providing enchantments as well. One of which might become very useful to you as dragon slaying. Not the capabilities of what I imagine that sword possesses, points towards Lucar, but enough to help you in the killing of dragons.
Speaking of this sword, it seems to have a hunger of its own. Affects me in battle against dragons. It's a bloodlust.
I've known many cursed weapons. I've known many things. Having some bloodlust against a dragon isn't always a bad thing.
It has served us well so far.
It is quite effective.
Look at Maldoron. Shall we see this lady? Mistress.
I mean, I see why not. This is, I think you might be the first person to offer us anything without expecting something incredible in return that we've met on this continent, I think.
Well, happy to be the first.
Oh, by the way, I reach into my sack and
Oh, right, the demon book.
pull out this human skin-bound book. Lay it on the table. Our first adventure on this continent led us to a duke of High Rock who was apparently in league with a demon, converting adolescent souls in an effort to summon him. This book had something to do with it. We have no use for it. Not sure if any of your order could find it helpful.
I appreciate it. We can take it off your hands. Well,
Thank you.
are there
You
any
might be the
of
first
those?
person I trust to guard it.
Are there anyone that is still in High Rock that might be aligned to this demon?
There was a servant or a steward to the Duke, some woman named Elise. Last name, forget. She implied that she was working with the Duke only in capacity to help defeat the demon. But we know very little about her or her motives. She was not forthcoming. Nor was she overly friendly.
She was not a fan of it. Well, we killed the Duke, which she, it kind of spoiled her plans a bit. We asked questions first, and then we killed the Duke. Not a lot of questions, but questions.
Only once he summoned Hellfire.
He burned me, asshole.
Well, I can take this grimoire from you, and I will ensure that it's not going to fall into the hands or cause any trouble. And then I will
from
send
what we
some of
learned,
I will send some of the Brotherhood to High Rock.
yeah, from what we learned, the ritual was interrupted, but it could, in theory, be continued if someone had the means, which is why we were reticent just to give the book to anyone. There were apparently cultists in the town. I will say most of the town seemed rather agreeable, but they could still linger hiding. Also, unsure if the town is still being guarded by frost giants, but that one's on us, and they were fulfilling a request that we had made to protect the town.
It should not be a problem. Nothing that we will do will be in the light. It will not be
I'm gonna
seen,
give you a heads up.
and no one will be aware.
Thanos really wishes he was here right now.
Mm-hmm. I would offer to leave you guys straight up.
He was just abandon us immediately. You're too old, Thanos.
I don't need their mutagens. I already have demon blood in me. It's fine.
Screw you, chosen ones. This order's cooler. Okay.
One last question before we go see your mistress. Based on what you've told us and what you seem to have as far as your motivations and decision making, you don't have a dog in this fight as far as wanting one side to prevail as arcane versus divine. I think from what I've gathered from your conversation, you would see them both free to flourish as they will.
That is correct. I'd imagine that if both sides can get along, and they have done so in the past, and they have done so presently, but strings of the mighty oftentimes are inconsequential to the strings of the small yet powerful.
I can't believe we left this out. But the entire reason, apparently, Damodar is here is likely connected to the plot we discovered,
Right.
where he intends to gather information about the past of Unyielding. Which, if he's here, likely he will be well on his way.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Do you know why he was after it?
The stories told of the past of Unyielding is not pleasant ones, nor the history of some of the Brotherhood that were in Girder at the time, of the uprising of a lich known as Utas the Tar. Dwarven Ruglark grew mad by something, told by visions they needed to arise the dead and take control of the city. Madness drawn in. Couldn't tell you where the madness sprang from. Brotherhood that did make it out did so successfully. The very late King Rupert Ironhide sealed the city along with Ruglark, trapped the Lich and the undead within the lower levels, set the city for ruin. I don't see how Damodar would gain any sort of power by having a Lich involved with their agenda. Or to have dragons and an army of thousands. Why go through all the trouble of trying to bring out some Lich that's been trapped for thousands upon thousands of years? That doesn't make no sense.
Good question. He does seem to have some sort of an army of the undead just to the south, though, doesn't it?
That's correct. Which we speculate is being controlled by a black dragon known as Grugash. But marshes of Unveiling are even a place the Brotherhood cannot survive.
That'll be a fun trip.
Indeed.
I think we might be a little bit light on the question asking when it comes to the army of the undead. Just a full warning.
Nothing much to say about it. The spies that I've sent into the marshes of Unveiling oftentimes become lost and disoriented. They do live. They killed many undead while they're in, but they are lost to time. Months happen. They come out thinking it's only been days. Memories are foggy. Many of the memories they've had are gone. Putting under some sort of magic that even our gifts are not able to hinder.
There's the timey-wimey bullshit again.
The undead consist mainly of turned humanoids into zombified creatures. They march directly to Fort Farron, smash their bodies into the walls, running into the trench, and then they leave. Walk right back through the Smallwood, back through all the homesteads and farms, back through Norfolk, back into the marshes. And they do that over and over again. Doesn't seem to have much purpose to it, but I suppose it keeps Farron occupied with soldiers so they can't march out to the south. Perhaps that's the whole employ, the only reason. Stop more soldiers from going south. Who knows? Looks like Adam's frozen.
Strange.
Uh-oh. On that note, we can pause the conversation because it looks like you both will probably be heading towards the mistress for another conversation. We can get over to the High Squire for, the Zealous Flagon for. Yeah, we won't be going back to that. we won't be going back to the High Squire.
No.
To the Zealous
Never got to do his damn thing.
To the Zealous Flagon.
We definitely won't be going back to the High Squire.
No. Be happening.
Okay, I think I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna pause, and we'll come back with the mistress conversation to finish the conversation with Lucius here. So, both your tokens are here. You're not right, Lucar. Although you're not here, I put your tokens to have vision and stuff at the scene. So, you're coming into the Holy District here. You come into the doors. They actually shut them as soon as you pass in through. They shut them and bar them. And there's some individuals getting up on ladders to oversee. The walls themselves don't have towers here, right? There's no actual space to walk on the wall either. It's just brick stone, right, to form a barrier of sorts. And so they use ladders to kind of pitch themselves up with crossbows, and they're kind of looking out in that direction. As they're kind of locking down the Holy District. Soldiers and individuals are kind of grouping themselves at the Sun Tree. They're filling into the cathedral to protect it, right? This is their post. They could be individuals that are stationed paladins as well, riding in. And so there's numerous amounts of Thulnir dwarves here underneath the canopies that are confused. They're kind of crying out. Some are having almost like PTSD episodes, right, where they're shaking violently, and guards are kind of having to kind of grab them to calm them down because of their own experiences and hearing an explosion, right? Is this going to be another attack of a dragon or something? So they're freaking out. So you're coming here. You can see that the windows and the lighting, right, you can see individuals inside drinking. They're kind of looking around confused, and the servers are just essentially calming them down, saying everything's going to be okay, nothing's happening right now, we're all protected. And now you're on scene of the battle.
Oh.
Alright, let's get inside. Go to the rooms. Them.
I'm basically just gonna go like straight up into my room. I'm not talking to anybody.
Okay.
Thought I was the antisocial one.
So it looks like it's business as usual. There's a little bit of fear in the crowd within the tavern, but they're drinking wine and ale and mead and eating food late night here and getting free food even. So they're kind of keeping the patrons calm. And Stuart kind of, as well as the Master Towers, look up as you're making your way up the stairs and just kind of look in your direction and just bump Stuart. And Stuart kind of makes the way around and begins to kind of approach you, Thanos, if you're late to getting upstairs here.
I'm just gonna kind of hold my hand up to him and give him a wave, and then I'm actually gonna go, seeing as how they're going upstairs. I'm gonna go outside, and I'm gonna get up on the roof so I can look around and just see what's going on, and wait for Maldor and them to show up if they ever do.
Okay. Getting up on the roof to get some perceptions, observations. So Stuart actually is going to follow you upstairs, Tegan and Varys, and just simply ask if you need anything, right? You need a bath made for you. Do you need any drinks? Need any food? And doesn't really talk about what's going on outside. It's just kind of keeping you calm.
No, thank you. Okay.
All right. Well, if you need anything, just holler down. Get it for you. Stewart leaves, goes back to their hosting here behind the bar, helping out the servers and other things and the cooks. Making way. Anything that you want to do here, or we can go. We'll go right back to the hideout here. So
just
I
go
think
back.
just to feel the time, I would pull out the spell book that I found in the crypt and start to try to translate it while I'm waiting on them to get back. Because it was in Gnomish and it had like some more complicated things to it rather than Free Mars. I think is what you said. I don't remember exactly.
yeah, they're it's more complicated in the fact that it's like a research book rather than just a spell book. So it's like a combination between the two, right? So there's certain things that are just not spells. They might be like maybe they're the precursor of like a new spell that they're trying to figure out and research and go through, and then nothing comes of that, and so they kind of go through. So you have to figure out where the spells are actually in here that you can maybe copy over, work through. And that's, like I said, it's going to take some time to go through that. So that's what you're going to do here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody else? All right.
Thanos
Well,
is blacksmithing on the roof.
yeah, we're going to go. We'll just go right back to the hideout. Okay. Is there anything you want to ask Lucius at this point? Or you're going to go directly to the mistress?
I think it's probably taken up enough of his time. Say you, Luca.
Agreed.
Oh, he said it was down this hallway.
Down southern and then east.
Oh,
You
south.
go through the southern door and then go through the eastern door. Lucius begins to pull underneath the table papers and things from a satchel that's leaning against and continues to smoke the pipe, refills from a pitcher, their mug, and they continue to work on documents and sidesteps the grimoire to the left. So, as you come into this space, it's quiet, but you do hear the sounds of running water. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit less than that. Also have the sounds of roaring flames. So you transition from this like bedrock stone to this metal grating that exists over this small chamber with only like a 9-foot ceiling height. It's very tiny, right? You're in the underdwellings of the Hall of Embrock. And you hear the sounds of water, and you look underneath you and you see it. So there is, maybe it's an aquifer, right? Or it's just, so you haven't seen these sewers within the city that suggests that there is anything there, or that maybe this is a natural kind of feeding of water that runs through, and they put a grating here to aid. So you can see that underneath there is an opening underneath this kind of solid metallic table that's built into the framework of that metal grating and flooring, and has almost like a trap door that can be raised, and then a bucket that can be lowered to get water, right? So there's almost like a well underneath the table here. The table has etched into it an odd paneling of runes, and they exist in a series of 6 to 8 dials that they can each be turned to form a different code or a codex with whatever is going to be done, right? So that's something that is built into this table. There is a bone saw that sits there, bloody, as well as the ligament of some leg of a creature that's been kind of freshly kind of picked up and put towards one of the shelvings of the southern side. There's numerous amounts of like clay pots and glass jars with insect and animal and monstrous parts. And then there are a whole slew of kind of glass vials with crystal or cork stoppers that are filled with a plethora of potions. And there's not many, so there's not quantity here. It's really just like a showcasing, and the labels upon them are ingredient listings. So they're almost maybe used as a showcase of, say, this is what the potion should look like as far as its coloration consistency. This is what the potion is, and this is what the ingredients are needed to go through with making the potion. In front, you have pestle and mortar. You have this blackish kind of mushroom that they're working with, and they have a flower, and they're in the process of kind of grinding it. Unclear if this is a male or female. They don't have a lot of precursors that would show either way. They are a human size. Their eyes are currently black, and their skin has patches of that black as well. Their hands also seem to change size when they're interworking with certain things, suggesting that this individual is a shifter, like they're changing. They could be like a changeling. So it's unclear, but they have bald head. They just have a kind of a red cowl and a robe on with a kind of a continuation of the tunic. They commonly hold a staff of some kind to help them balance and walk, showing maybe that they're older, right? So they're kind of weathered. And then they have black, kind of metallic studded boots. So they're just kind of working as you walk in. They don't even look up towards you. They kind of continue their work. And so you're just looking at that angle, seeing their face and their eyes.
Sorry to disturb you. Lucius said that we should see you, that perhaps you might have things that would be useful for us.
I have many things that could be useful for you. Lay your hand on the table.
All right.
At the center of the dial, please.
Aldor will comply.
Sidesteps and pulls their finger as it grows with a very large kind of claw. Their nail is kind of growing out, becomes sharp. Pull down the hand, takes the other hand, grabs your arm, and then slices your your hand, right? Of the outstretched kind of palm up and just like slices it through. And the blood kind of seeps down upon the metallic table and fills. And then takes it off. And then as the blood spills, begins to fill specific patterns within the codex, which begins to change itself as it fits. This person is just looking at it, two hands folded a little bit, the nail retracts back, and just stares. You hear a leaf blower. Apologies. Apparently they leaf blow every time now at this exact same time. Saturdays 11.
Ill-fated leaf blower.
It's
It's part of
literally
the
the
ritual.
same time. It's my neighbor. Yeah, look, I see it right now on my window. There's just leaf blowing. I love it. So, as the blood fills, this individual's just kind of reading it and just looking at it. I suppose I could make something for you that would be good. Something to help with your strength, not just in your muscles, but of your mind.
Sounds promising.
It will be.
The recipe.
Write it down for me, would you?
Hopefully it's not a secret family recipe.
There are no secret family recipes here,
The original and extra crispy.
but my recipes are not to be given out. I will not share these potions and brews with anyone else.
Suspect it would be on the kin of most anyway.
And for you, towards you, Lucar.
It's your time to
Okay,
get
then.
poked.
Just put my hand on the table.
Does your crystal flesh bleed?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Did I not?
Takes the claw, goes out, and just stabs directly through your hand. Slices it downwards, splitting crystal scales. Blood begins to seep down underneath your hand, with your palm downwards, grab and force your hand down, pulling it out. Track. They begin to move their kind of hand over yours, and begin to heal your wound. And looks towards you, Maldor, and just winks a little bit. As if they could have done it for you, but they decided not to.
It's fine.
The dial begins to interwork. Sidestep around, and they look at it. Quite peculiar, both of you. So many souls and spirits. So many minds. However do you both figure out your lives? Seems like complicated.
It's a mess. I will admit. I can't speak for Luca, but
All the souls within me don't take over.
I feel like yours are probably much more quiet than mine.
A bit more benevolent.
He has his uses.
I will make a potion, as the Codex has stated. It seems that you both are in line with what you both need. Both your brews will be similar. Something that the Codex speaks is that you wish to slay dragons.
That is apparently our quest, or at least a part of it. Yes.
Brotherhood and my kind had helped. The Knights of Beer and Wizards of old, creating the very sword you possess. Manifestations and power go beyond my abilities, but I may produce a fraction of it. Enchantments to your weapons.
It's still most impressive.
Since you already have something with power, looks towards you, Mulder, I will do one of yours.
This is rather embarrassing, but I'm actually in the process of building a new one, so I'd hate to waste your effort on something that is about to be traded away.
Bring it to me when it is done.
Much appreciated.
Your brews will be ready in 2 days. Are you in need of delivery, or will you pick up?
Well, I suppose I'm going to need to bring a weapon back by, so we could pick them up.
So be it. We are done.
Thank you.
Just bow my head and walk out.
Okay. Let's move up to the shelves. They move over to the shelves and they begin to pull off certain things to start making brews. And you both walk out. So from here, are you stopping by to speak with Lucius, or are you just proceeding out?
It's up to you. This is your deal. I'd say in your head you would hear, I think she liked you more than she liked me.
I puff up my chest and sort of like, preen my scales a little bit. Just say I'm much more beautiful.
Ooh.
That's fair.
Goddamn paladins.
Hit him right where it hurt.
Goddamn crystal dragons. I would probably as we walk by Lucius, just thank him, and
Okay.
also pull the stone out of my pocket and just say, Lucius, thank you for your help, but one more question before we depart. Do you know anything at all about these gemstones that can be combined and wield power over a dragon?
I do
Y'all
not.
said I give away information.
But as you just said, power over a dragon? Yes?
Yes.
Well, then I suppose those very stones must have some doing with Damodar having dragons.
That would make the most logical sense.
I would do whatever you could to try to find their origin, whatever magic they possess.
Sadly, one experiment that we've done recently led to an explosion of a lapidary and the loss of an entire man's livelihood, so we must tread carefully.
Well, as I had
don't like it.
stated, you should ask questions first before you swing your weapons. Perhaps it was not wise to have a lapidary strike into the very stone you wanted to figure out its properties to. There are other methods.
Have I ever cast an identify spell on these stones? Just like out of game? I don't think I have.
No, I don't think you have. trying to think back.
I'm pretty sure detect magic happened at some point.
You
I
detect
don't know.
magic,
Yeah.
but you did not identify.
Yeah.
I should do that.
You have a backup character?
No.
Remember, ask questions first.
So with that, you begin to ascend the staircase. You then see the flames, right, that are kind of there, not retracted back. And Maldor, your wound, right, it's still kind of bleeding a little bit, right? So when you come up the staircase, the dribbling of your blood a little bit, just having it almost there, the flames kind of touch it and then they pull backwards and they kind of retract, creating a path outwards. Suggesting that not only what happened at the Codex was not, or whatever that was with the Mistress, not just to foresee things or something, however that all shindig happened, but also to enable you to get to this place. So maybe both of you are able to get to this place now and gain access and come down. So you proceed outwards, right? Grabbing onto the sconce, open the passage. Same thing with Grumblestorm. What they did, they showed you how to do that. So you just do that and walk out. People are drinking, enjoying themselves, but there's a little bit more chaos. People are asking questions like, "Well, what's going on? What's happening? What was that explosion?" I've heard it's from the keep, and you're hearing the hearsay a little bit that something has happened with the keep. There was an explosion, and the city's on lockdown. Like they're not allowing anybody to go outside or inside the city. The entire place is locked down at this point. And so they're kind of just like, hang tight, drink, see if they need our help, but don't get involved unless there's a dire need for it, right? Stay back and let them handle it, right? The guards and the soldiers and things. When you pass upstairs, Grumblestorm is at the bar counter, right? He's just hanging out. He's doing his thing. I'm going to put us onto this map here. He's hanging out. He's doing his thing. Just looks towards you. He's cleaning out a mug. Raises the rag. Kind of shakes the head a little bit. There's not really much questions to ask this individual besides, what the fuck do you keep us waiting for?
Thank you for the stew. It was very satisfying.
Throws up a thumbs up.
Oh, and your
shakes the
blood.
head, and then goes back into the kitchen and continues to help out with the cooks, cleaning up or preparing maybe a late night dinner for those who are staying. So.
The wait times are atrocious, though.
Speaking of blood, I would also reach over and lay on hands, Maldor.
Aww.
Oh, thank you. It's
So
You're
sweet.
you're so cute on your
Yeah.
escapade. I wish
Little
my
private-
escapade went to as well.
I mean, hey, we got stabbed. Did you get stabbed? You didn't get stabbed. We got stabbed.
You got hugged.
You got.
Yeah, I was
hugged.
gonna say you made a new friend.
Yeah,
I mean, we made friends too. It's fine.
Actually, you know what? Never mind.
All you guys did was manage to interrupt my damn blacksmithing. Again,
So-
We didn't-
I can't-
Yeah.
You
We
proceed.
actually didn't call you out. You did that.
That's fair.
I mean, I didn't know if it was you guys in the keep that blew it up. Like, that seems like something that would happen with this group. So I just had
It's
to
a
check.
fair assumption, yeah, that we probably were involved.
Fair enough.
So to the end then, Maldor.
I suppose. I don't know where else we're gonna go. It sounds like the whole city's locked down.
So you proceed to the Holy District, right back to the Zelsflagon, which is what you assume is going to be the tavern that they're suggesting. You head for the southern entrance, which is the closest one to get towards the Zelsflagon, also closest to where you're currently at. You notice the double doors are kind of barred. There are a guard that are perched up over top of the wall, right on the other side. They're just kind of hanging over it with their crossbows and just kind of looking and just analyze the situation. They don't open the doors. They just kind of watch as you approach. You're about 60 or 70 feet away as you're making an ascent on the actual cobbled road with the sidewalks to the left and right of the street lamps and giving you kind of this a little bit of ambiance in the darkness here. One of them just yells out in your direction. What's your business?
We're headed for the inn. We have compatriots holed up there that are waiting for us to meet them.
All right. Hop off the ladders. They begin to take off the wooden beam of the double door. They open it. They let you walk in.
Smoother than usual.
Shut the double
Much
wooden door behind you.
appreciated.
Slap on the bar. Yeah, no worries. Troublesome night. Unsure what's going on, but it looks like Keep's been attacked. Unsure of who did it. We're just here on lockdown, keeping the Holy District safe. Enjoy.
Keep up the God's work.
Thanos, you can see them approaching from the south. They eventually get relative to here on this map. And what do you do?
I would hop down and approach.
See Thanos literally become literally visible in the lighting as you make your way to the sidewalk.
You're back a little bit. I
I
feel
thought
like
you were
that-
blacksmithing.
The keep.
Did you see
blew up.
Damodar too?
No, but
Like-
Varys and Tegan are inside
Yeah, no, they
throwing
called us.
fits.
Yeah, they called us and said Damodar was here and they wanted to run. First off, the city's locked down, so that's not going to work. But also, I don't. Why don't we go kill Damodar?
I would assume he's probably already gone.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we didn't know where he was, so there wasn't much for us to do. We made some friends. You would have liked them. You missed out, honestly.
Can we go back?
You would have
I
loved
want
them.
friends.
We actually have to go back in 2 days. They're making us some things, and they're going to enchant that weapon you're making. You're finished with it, so you have 2 days.
Chop chop.
Not.
I
to
guess
rush.
I will go sleep at the blacksmith then.
I will say there are guards at the district exits, so be wary. They're friendly, but they are locking everything down.
I can fly.
The way of the Batman would be
And
best.
they have crossbows. I was afraid they might shoot a straight bat, so you might be careful.
That's fair.
Yeah, I suppose we should just go rest and maybe are they in their rooms? Where is it going?
They didn't say much when we got here, so I just let them be. I don't know what they're doing.
Suppose we can at least go in and get a drink.
We should probably brain dump at some point.
We learned a hell of a lot.
Did you find something else for me to shoot?
Potentially. We made sort of an alliance, but they don't actually want anything in return aside from us essentially not being assholes.
Yeah.
Aside from us making a promise to swing less, ask questions more.
Right.
It's
You
difficult.
specifically said swing, correct?
They said nothing of shooting, to be fair.
Okay.
They only operate in the shadows. You'd love them.
Oh, we must go back tomorrow after I finish the weapons.
Indeed. But no, they seem to know quite a lot about Damodar and the Talthars and the history of the dragons, and we learned quite a bit. It was a very enlightening conversation. So we should all definitely catch up at some point. But if they've already gone to bed, then I suppose that needs to happen tomorrow.
Maybe in the morning.
They probably need some alone time. They were shooketh.
Alone
So
time.
they saw Damodar. Was he? I wonder if he was where they went dancing.
I have no idea, but
I didn't even
the
get to
explosion
fucking
of the keep
dance.
was rather large, seeing as how I could
Wait,
see it from.
the The keep blew up. We heard something. I think that was the keep.
Yes, that was the keep.
Am I within 30 feet of Varus?
No.
Okay.
I suppose I could go check on the keep and see what's going on.
If there's anywhere they're looking right now, it's probably there.
It is rather dark, though. They wouldn't be able to see me in the sky.
That's fair. Just, we have to be careful. We wouldn't want to get caught snooping around the keep at this particular moment in time.
I more want to know if there's a dragon at the keep.
That's an interesting point. That is an easy and convenient way to blow something up. Although I feel like if he had summoned a dragon here, we'd be seeing a lot more collateral damage. They're not really known for the surgical strikes so much.
I don't know. Ethan only blew up half of the.
Half of a giant building.
Yeah.
Do you think
suppose.
Damodar would free Fremar?
I think he already got what he wants. He doesn't give a fuck about Fremont.
Do we know that?
I mean, not for certain.
By the way, apparently, we may have been the ones that told Damodar where his things were.
Oh, so it's our
No.
fault the keep blew up. Great.
I don't know which one of them did it. Neither one of them spoke up, but yes.
If only we had burned the fucking body.
Shall we retire for the evening then?
I suppose. I don't know if there's much else to be done. And the more we're seen wandering around outside, the more eyebrows are going to raise, I think.
First, sleep later.
Yes.
Okay.
Our friend stabbed us. You still would have liked it.
I mean, I want to stab you guys sometimes, so that's fine.
That's a common reaction, honestly.
What I'm getting from this is that we're retiring for the evening, right? We're getting rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're retiring.
So-
He's blacksmith.
Okay. Thanos, you're gonna go off in blacksmith.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly to the forge, finish blacksmithing a little bit, and then take my long rest in the forge. I'll
Okay.
find them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Nice.
Tegan just sitting at a table, or did he go to his room?
Tegan went
Tegan-
upstairs.
I was in my
Tegan-
room.
Okay.
So with that, we'll go ahead and we'll take our break. It's a good time for it, right? It sounds like everyone's gonna transition here. So
Sounds good.
get into your rooms. Right. You can always request if you want food or drink and a bath being made for you, bathing yourself or being helped. And then Thanos, you move off to the Smith's Row to do some more blacksmithing. And one thing to note, even though the city is kind of on lockdown, the bells are being rung, it's not particularly stopping your travel through the city. And there's still people going about their business even through the night, right? So the foundry's still working, the Smith's Row is still going. Certain people are still enjoying themselves at the tavern here. They're in the courtyard doing what they're doing. So that's something to state. So whatever has happened, it's not dramatic that the city is being sieged or something, right? There's not this dramatic thing that has happened. And has been no future explosions, and there's been nothing that would cause any sort of concern to your immediate self, right? Immediate harm to you or anything. So
I will
I-
say before I go to bed tonight, I'm going to put the alarm spell like in my room, like on the doors and windows. Yeah, just
okay,
I'm paranoid.
sounds good. Sounds good. No worries
Would
there.
I, in the Smith's Row, before we take this break, see any apprentices that I could hire to kind of work the metal a little bit while I take that break and that long rest and that trance? Just to kind of keep it working through the night or keep it warm and malleable through the night?
Well, you're working with Dark Steel.
Oh, so I don't want an apprentice. Never mind.
I don't think you would want an apprentice. I don't think that you would want.
Do I see Tom?
On the metal.
He's gonna Gordon
No.
Ramsay this thing.
All the master and journey smiths are asleep. They're resting, and then anybody you see in the Smith's Row are going to be apprentices, or not even real apprentices. Maybe just lower hired hands that are aiding in moving materials around and resetting the workshops.
Okay. That's fine. I just was trying to see if I could keep the metal malleable through the night, and so I don't have
Yeah.
to reheat it in the
You're
morning.
Gonna have to stay awake for that. You can probably get somebody to hire up to keep the fire warm, right? You can get someone to continue to get
Feed
it
it
hot,
wood?
but yeah, feed it. Well, it wouldn't be wood. It would be
Coal.
not coal. Yeah, it needs to get hot enough. So,
Just Dr. Manhattan, that thing, man.
right, which is most of what's happening now. They have kilns here as well, so some people
Mhm.
have their own kilns. They're making their own, right, their own charcoal, their own kind of things to instead of just fresh wood, right? They have to break it down first. So, you can hire somebody, right, and get them to continue the fire to be warm, so you don't have to have it in the morning, right? But
Okay.
you can't leave the metal in the
Yeah.
flame.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'cause of the burn.
Okay. It would. Yep. Dang it. Okay. Yep. That's fine. I would just have somebody keep the fire for me, and then
Okay.
when I need to sleep, take my rest.
All right, you pay someone 6 silver, they'll do it.
Okay.
Relatively,
I'll tip 'em.
it's a bit much, but because you're calling, for them to do now 2 jobs, probably they want a little bit extra there. So 6 silver, tip them even more. Why not?
Yep.
All right,
I'm
so
gonna give
this-
them a full gold. So.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So at this point, where everyone can take a long rest, we're going to transition to the start of the day, of the next day here. And if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Ill-Fated appreciate it as well. So, 10-minute break. So 1:10 p.m. PST, and we'll come back. So hopefully you join us then, and we'll see what happens. So.
Chat.
Bye.
This has
Welcome
been
back.
fun.
It's been fun.
It has.
Hello for watching. Thanks. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Okay. So you all are waking up in the morning here. I'm going to cue the sound here. I'm going to go ahead and read off to you Vera, some of the spells that you're as far as this book. This book goes up to 8th level spells.
Oh god dang.
In this book, what would pertain beyond what I would think this particular spellcaster had quite a lot of evocation spells, and then there were some enchantment spells. You're looking at Chromatic Orb, Charm Person, Detect Magic, Featherfall, Shield, Vortex, Warp, Hold Person, Mirror Image, Blur, See Invisibility, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Counterspell, Polymorph, Dimension Door, Confusion, Immolation, Dominate Person, Cone of Cold, Chain Lightning, Disintegrate, Mass Suggestion, Teleport, Prismatic Spray, and Power Word Stun. That is the spells that you can discern at this present time. There might be more that are real in here, but these are the more of the kind of common spells that this seems this person used.
Right.
Oh, jackpot.
Yeah, I'll just in the morning. How long does it take to copy down a spell? I forgot what like the
A long
timeline
time.
on that is.
It's like it's an hour per level.
Hour per level. Yeah.
Okay.
And it costs
Well,
us, 50
Yeah,
per-
I'll use the whole morning to copy a copy Dimension Door into my spell book, which I have a lot of paper on. So
Yeah, we bought a bunch of that.
All right, so you're going to spend 4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, we've got 2 days to kill, and we're about to do a big lore dump, so he might as well be writing us, I suppose.
All right, so you're doing this in your room then?
Yep.
Okay. In your room. All right, Ferris doesn't come out of
and
the
then how much does it cost to do?
let me do it real quick. I always got to look at. I always forget the value of it. I always have to. Is it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, apparently I'm not finding it here. Give me 1 second. $50 gold per
50 gold per
spell level. Yep.
So a 4th level would be 200.
Yep.
Okay.
For each level of the spell, it takes 2 hours and
Oh,
costs
damn,
50 gold.
So that would be the
Not
whole
enough.
day.
You'd be literally spending the entire day in your room. And then
I mean,
spending
I'll
200 gold of your.
If there's anything going on, I guess I could. Can I put that on pause and then start it up again? Is that like something I could do?
Well, you can put it on pause. You can do it in a public space. You could be down at the table with everyone and still be copying it over.
Okay.
Right. It's
Then,
not
yeah,
it's not
I'll-
a task. Like you're going to be copying it over, and then you're going to be going through like the steps of using. Then you're going to be learning it, right? So it's a whole process, and eventually you do the spell, right? That kind of thing. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just start on it and like maybe get a big chunk of it done today.
Okay.
Like so what it would be 8 hours for the
Dimension door.
4th
Yep.
level? Yeah, I'll do 4 hours of it today.
Okay. Sounds
And I'll
good.
come outside into the table and see and like just be around people, but pretty preoccupied with it.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So the rest of you continuing getting up, right? The tavern is somewhat full. People are just going about their daily business. You no longer hear the bells ringing out. You can see through some of the windows. You can see the keep. There isn't any sort of smoke billowing from it and anything. It just appears to be like maybe the structure, maybe the interior courtyard, something happened, but you can't see any destruction on the outside of the keep walls. At the top layer that perches itself up above the levels of the city. So whatever destruction has happened there, you can't actually visibly see it. So it could be internally because they had that interior courtyard. Maybe something exploded outwards, or maybe something emerged upright from underneath. So difficult to tell. Thanos, you're continuing your work. You can hard there is you start the fire. You have the fire still going on, right? The apprentice is super excited. It's helping fetch some things for you, but they got other business to do, so that's what they're gonna do. And you continue to work on your weapons here.
Um,
so-
I would also like to mention I would have tuned the Ring of Invisibility since I got that yesterday as well.
Okay, that sounds good. The rest of you coming downstairs. Various, you're unfolding all of your stuff, right? Gold leaf and your accents as you're working off of the book and copying things over. As this happens, Stuart is humbly coming over. Simply asks, right, what you would like for breakfast. There is sausage, ham, eggs, almost like a kind of an eggs Benedict type of thing happening as far as the meal is concerned. But they can give you anything that your heart's desire, just like fresh fruit, right? Some greenery, drinks plentiful, coffee and other sorts of things are available here too. So just simply asking what you would like.
I'll take whatever is for breakfast and a coffee.
All right.
Some meat and mead, if you will.
Okay. Anybody else? All right then. Right. I'll get to it. Walks away. Goes into the kitchen.
Not morning people.
Yeah, not morning people. For sure. Everyone's waking up going, fuck you, Stuart.
The fuck out of my face.
I was like, coffee and whatever it's for breakfast. Back to writing.
So what happened last night? You saw Demodon. We didn't get a lot of details. Just that he was here.
Mm.
Apparently the keep blew up.
You'll see Varys kind of like, rub his temple a little bit. Be like, yeah. 1 second. And then I'll telepathically kind of give him the rundown of what happened in the bar. Basically that me and Tegan were there. We saw Jill. I spoke to Jill while I had a detect thoughts up so I could hear if anyone was talking about our group in general. And she said she feared for our lives. And then as we were going to leave the tavern, Damodar showed up. He killed 3 paladins with haste, basically, almost immediately. And I thought that it was either the information about the coffin and the map, or we were going to die. So I gave him the information, and then he told us he wasn't going to kill us anyway, so I felt really dumb. I basically just said that all in your head so that no one, if anyone's paying attention trying to overhear us, they can't hear that. And then you can't respond, I don't think, unless you have.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
Oh,
I can.
okay.
Well, I suppose I can't blame you. How did that make you feel? Do you want to kill him now?
I don't think we can kill him.
Everybody dies, eventually.
Yeah, I think it was more just scared shitless than the want for revenge, but... Yeah.
What you're eating looks good.
Learning a new spell.
Something good.
Yeah, a teleport spell. So
You know,
that
with all
can
the
happen to
shit
me
we-
again.
Yeah, no kidding. With all the shit we've seen with the Talthals, I'm starting to think this arcane thing is the way to go. So burn them all, Varys. Burn them all.
You want to learn?
Maybe one day.
And I'll look around. Is Tegan downstairs, or did he stay in his room?
That's up to Tegan. I don't know.
Tegan's at the table, but he hasn't really said anything.
I would look over to him and be like, "Do you still want me to try the detect thoughts thing and see if we can see where you come from?"
God, I forgot about that. All the other stuff that was going on.
The only thing you're going to detect is that I fucked up last night.
Well, if you want to, we can go do it in my room so we can have some privacy. You're all welcome to come watch. It's
What are we
probably
talking
a
about?
great
I
Wow.
missed something.
I said this
Wow,
out loud,
okay.
so
Yeah, that doesn't make it any better.
I said, "What do you mean?" I asked him if he wanted me to detect thoughts to see if I could find out where you came from, and then, but I would probably want to do it in his room because I felt like it'd be weird to just be staring at him at a table in public. I said, "You're all welcome to come and watch, but it'd probably be pretty boring."
Maybe another time, bros.
Okay, no worries.
Oh, we did make some friends yesterday. We're supposed to go back tomorrow and pick some things up. You might want to talk to them. They seem to have some useful skills, and they like what we do. Apparently,
Well, I don't have anything going on other than this today. If y'all want to do this, if y'all want to go back and me and Tegan and Thanos can get acquainted.
yeah, it's up to you guys. We have to go back tomorrow to pick up some things they were making for us. But if you go back before then, I suppose if you guys wanted to meet them or inquire about things for
Oh,
yourselves.
right. Thanos is at his sword.
Yeah, Thanos is the blacksmith.
Does anyone know what happened at the keep last night?
Blew up apparently.
Haven't heard
All
anything.
right.
Aware, but extend to the damage at least.
When we talked to some of the guards, they just said that it had been attacked, and that was kind of all they knew. They were locking down the rest of the city. It does sound like we're not going anywhere for the time being. They're not letting anybody out.
I think I would recommend we give the keep a wide berth.
Yeah, at least for a few days. I mean, he had already threatened to kill us if we came back before it blew up.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I mean, yeah, I can't think of anything else I particularly have to do. I could be with a book all day today, honestly. Unless you have something we need to do.
Nothing of particularly important. I think we should just sit here and watch Varys read. It'd be very exciting.
Oh, and then probably just brain dump all the stuff we learned yesterday.
Oh, right. We do have a lot to tell you. It was our new friends were very knowledgeable. It's quite a lot.
Probably a 2-hour long conversation.
Yeah, it's a good most of the day.
Should we go somewhere a little bit more private than a table in a tavern?
Surely they have a private room. Not like bedroom, but private sitting room.
I mean, as long as we're careful, I think most of it is not necessarily damning information. Just maybe lay off the Talthos slander a bit.
It's up to y'all. I'm busy, so just tell me where I need to set up.
I think the most interesting piece is that there's a theory that all of this war and armies and fighting and dragons are all just a massive misdirect to take everyone's attention away from something else that Demodar wants, or to just weaken both sides so that he can do whatever it is he plans to do.
He did say last night that he feels for us and that I'm trying to get the exact wording right. Did he say that he relates to us or that he just felt bad for us?
He has
think
been
both.
in the position that you have been, is the phrasing that he used.
Okay, yeah. He said that he relates to us and that he's been in the position that we are at this point. So
We
whatever the
did
fuck that
learn.
means.
Well, we did learn. Luca learned that apparently the chosen ones are some concept of them that have been around. And you as well in your research had learned something of that nature. That this is a concept that's gone on for some time. That there have been multiple groups, and presumably even it could be passed from one to another, based on what Lucan's ancestors told him. Is it possible then that Damodar himself was once chosen and got wrapped up in this whole plot circumstance?
That would make sense. I'll pull out the gold coin. I'm like, if y'all want to ask him, he said that if we kiss this coin, he gave me and Tegan one. That if we ever wanted to ask him anything or talk to him, to summon him with this, and I'll pocket the coin back.
You are much more the expert in the arcane than I, but have you any concern that he could be tracking those?
I mean, the thing is, he could just be tracking us. Now that he's met us, like unless we have what Tegan's wearing, an amulet of protection against proof and location.
Why don't you just give me both the coins and we won't have to worry about it?
That's fine. You put them all on him so that they can't be tracked.
Food and
Although I
drink
suppose
has
he
could
been
still-
provided to the table by Stuart.
What? No, what I'm saying is, now that he's met us, he can do it regardless if we hit the coin or not.
That's possible. That's possible.
No, I mean, after the thing I've seen him do last night, it's almost guaranteed.
That's
I
a
mean,
comforting
if
thought.
that's the case, it was already an inevitability regardless because he had
Oh,
met us
right.
when we
Yeah,
the White Dragon.
yeah. Which Magello has met us as well, so and intervened. It's almost like they know who we are, regardless.
Yeah, everywhere we turn, this Magello seems to be at the heart of this whole thing.
I'd love to have a conversation with him.
Well, he tried once. He was not very forthcoming. He did tell us somewhere we're supposed to go, I suppose.
Yeah. Which is a place I'm pretty interested in, if we ever get around to it.
Well, we did learn a bit more about the marshes, which Thanos isn't here, so we can talk crap about. Apparently, when you go there, time goes wonky, and you lose all memory of what the hell happened while you were there. So that'll be interesting.
That makes sense, though, right? Because when we met Thanos, he said he had heard about us multiple weeks before, or had heard about us before the shipwreck may have even happened. I don't know. I don't remember the timeline, but it was.
Yeah, the timeline was definitely strange. He had traveled from the marshes to High Rock in a day and had learned about our shipwreck that hadn't happened yet, or something.
Yeah, so Time Wizard.
Very inexperienced time
Please.
wizard. Yes. What's that? What's your question?
What the fuck?
What the fuck is time?
Can I make an arcane check?
Just to see what the fuck is
Everything
time.
How
is
that
fun.
fucking time magic would even
None
Can
work?
I
of-
pray
none of
to God
time
himself to
makes
tell
any
me the meaning
sense.
of life?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that would work.
Time distortion,
what
time
is the meaning
dilation.
of-
Yeah, how would that even work?
If you were saying that had to create, there'd be some mass, like large gravitational pull that would dilate time. If depends on which it would be, would it be increasing time? Would it be decreasing time? That's truly the question. How is it impacting, right? If someone is going in and they've been gone for some amount of days, and to them it's only been like a couple days, right? It means time is moving far slower for them than it would be on the outside. So you wouldn't know until you were able to figure out how far that is, like how much difference there is between the two.
But I
So,
would know. Yeah, I
you-
would know the difference is basically that some kind of time dilation is making everything in the marshes move at a faster pace, like making time.
Most likely a slower pace because then the outside world
Oh, right.
moves faster.
Okay. But yeah, I'll relay that to the party.
I mean, you have properties. Some of your abilities they function on time. It's your stopping time, stasising. So it is entirely possible. Magic is at play for making time be this way.
But have I ever seen it on a scale like that? Right? I don't think I have.
Yeah, you've never seen it on a scale like that. It has to be something of like immense power to be able to do something.
I suppose we just have to be careful. We wander in there and come back out, and the entire war's over. Although that could be convenient as well.
I would just say be careful with that place in general. That's also where we heard the Black Dragon is supposed to be, right?
Yes, and all the undead seem to be coming from
Which
there.
I've actually never talked to mine. Looking at the ring, the stone on my ring, I've actually never tried to talk to him.
We get to-
I'm gonna focus on my stone and see if he's.
Aren't you? You're doing your spell right now.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forget. Sorry.
Yeah, we're distracting you.
So
from
much
your
to do.
Yeah.
I think we need to go find a magical item that can connect Thanos to us so he can participate in these
Discussion.
Like a walkie-talkie.
what was that? What was that game? There's the divinity.
Oh, where
You
they
know?
had the sending stones, where the party could talk to you no matter where you were. You could leave them all at camp, and still they could do dialogue.
Yeah, we need one of those.
Yeah.
Thanos likes his quiet.
Like,
is-
shut up, leave me alone. He'd have it on silent the whole time.
He chose the NPC life.
It's like having a cell phone that I just never answer.
Right, exactly. It's a pager, and it's just in a closet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was. He did mention about our new friends when he was telling us all of these things. Romina, the green dragon that I spoke to briefly, he said that he didn't seem entirely convinced that she was necessarily evil, that she might even have a good side, or that she had served as some sort of a protector at some point. She is clearly working for the not so nice people at the moment. That's
Well, didn't we hear that the was it a silver dragon was like apparently crying while he was doing all of the destruction?
Right. But based on what we've learned, that would be in character for a silver dragon. But for a green dragon to be nice, as it were, would be out of character.
Yeah, that is true. But it's not like we haven't worked with what would be technically considered an evil entity before now.
Right, yeah, no, I mean, we befriended a bunch of frost giants. I suppose we're not one to judge, but just found it interesting. When I spoke to her, she actually didn't act aggressive. She seemed very keen on being worshipped and adored, which was creepy, but I suppose not necessarily evil.
Maybe she just wants either like she kills you or you worship her. Some kind of relation like that.
Perhaps. Still, might be worth.
Well, I mean, whatever.
thing we have to realize is if all this dragon stuff is just a distraction. We just gave him something he wanted.
We talked with him about
What?
that too. Oh, please continue.
No, I'm just saying, I can't help but think whatever we just did screwed us royally.
Possibly.
I mean,
I'm curious if it was something that he wanted himself, or he was simply trying to keep away from others. We talked to our new friends, and he was not convinced that this place was something that Damodar would really want, or at least not based on what we know to be there. Based on their accounts and the histories, that place, the passive unyielding Gerda, is the resting place of a lich, and he thinks, what use would a lich be to Damodar? What would be the point of unleashing that thing that's been down there for 1,000 years?
Resting place or the prison?
Well, both. I suppose a lich doesn't necessarily rest, as it were.
I have another theory. You said the dragon's all working for him. But if
Well, the ones
he
that we know about.
right, if he has an army of dragons working for him, no one can stand up to him. But why doesn't he just do what he needs to do? Or like what's he waiting for?
That's a good question. I think that lays back into the idea that the war is just meant to unset both sides so that he can do something else.
Yeah, it feels like we're grossly out of the loop.
I mean, they floated some theories that perhaps he was just trying to destabilize the entire continent so that it could just be like a new age of the arcane, to let you know, the exploration and learning and growth of magic be uninhibited by those that worship the divine.
I mean, there has to be some kind of balance.
That seems to be what our friends kind of thought. My thinking is that anyone who wants to accomplish anything in the extreme is inevitably going to do some distasteful things to accomplish their goals.
You know, as much as I grew up around arcane and I've studied it pretty much my whole life. Would never want. I don't understand the reasoning behind eradicating a form of magic or followers of a deity. That doesn't. What does that do for you? I mean, I guess if they're evil, but I mean, arcane magic's not evil. It's just the pursuit of knowledge. At least in my case, I'm not someone born with the innate ability to spellcast. I learn it.
He did mention that the Reckoning, the group that started the whole purge, there is a certain part of them that mostly seeks to eliminate worshippers of the divine, but it sounds like they're not necessarily just some hell-bent evil cult. Like they have their moments, I suppose.
Well, I could make a trip back to the library if we have anything else we want to research, but right now I can't pin down a thread that I would know what to look up.
We know that the Reckoning and the Black Hand are apparently both in service to Damodar. And he is for certain aligned himself against the Talthars, but I suspect his goals might be loftier than just upending a regime. I don't know what else to look for at the moment. We've learned a lot. We just still know. We know more now about what we do not know.
seems like that's every day for us.
Okay.
I feel like I should apologize though. I didn't mean to lead him straight to whatever he was looking for. I thought it was me and Tegan or the map. I chose
You
me
would have
and
never
Tegan.
been put in. You would have never been put in that situation if I didn't act quickly. If I would have gotten us out of there, he never would have found the map. He never would have found Okan, and we never would have even had to talk to him.
There is an infinite number of what ifs if you look far enough backwards, but none of them ever accomplish anything. All you can do now is deal with the situation we have at hand. The inn's not on fire, so he's apparently not coming for us.
Not yet.
If I had to guess, if he got what he wanted, he's probably fucked off.
Yeah, I wonder if the Lord is even still alive.
I mean, let's be honest, none of us are going to cry if it's not.
I don't think, just because he rubbed me the wrong way, I don't think I wanted him to die, but...
Well, I wasn't going
I
to kill him,
highly
but I'm not
doubt.
going to lose sleep over it.
I highly doubt Damodar would waste his time killing Fallen the Lord. If he could do what he did to the keep, if he wanted him dead, he would have done it already.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying is, I wonder if he's alive, or if that's why everything is so quiet, because they're hiding it. You know, we don't really know what happened.
We could go talk to that very chipper-friendly guy at the other keep, but I feel like he would probably not be very forthcoming.
I don't really want to talk to anybody right now.
Yeah, I mean,
You got
honestly, given everything that's gone down to us, just staying the fuck out of it at this point seems like a good idea.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea to me. I think we should lie low.
I guess the question is, once we're done here and able to leave, where do we go next?
I mean, Fort Farron was something we talked about.
It would make sense. And it's honestly the next piece of civilization past this place anyway.
There was also that village. I forgot the name of it. Hold on. There was also was it Yuda? How would you say that?
What are we looking at here?
On the map, right here. I forgot the name of it.
Oh, Aluda?
Yeah, wasn't that a place that we were told some stuff was going down? I can't remember. It's been a while since.
You were given some information from Lord Thalon Falor one of the first times you went in. Basically, had said that a dwarven clan had uprose and had seized
right.
control of the city and dethroned the elected clan.
That was over. Is that over near where the Silver Dragon was stomping all over everything?
The dwarven clans, many of them face out into the Eastmar region, which is in the direction of the City of Stone, which is referred to as Aluda. The only dwarven clan that faces out is Clan Alderfist and Thulnir. That faces out into essentially the city of Othema, which is what you have here, refugees from Clan Alderfist.
We could also maybe try to find passage to the Isle of the Blessed, because that's where Magello's hint told us to go.
Just,
Maybe
I don't
head.
know if going there would be a waste of our time. Because all we have is the memory of a map without the key.
Oh no, that was.
That was in the Marshes of Unveiling. The
Yeah,
Isle of
that's
the
the-
Blessed is.
Oh, that's where.
That's where Magello told us to go.
If you trust Magello.
I don't know that I trust anyone at this point. But
Thanos speaks.
I knew friends, right? It's just like
Trust
it's a
Magello.
walkie-talkie. We found it.
I mean, maybe we work our way down to Fort Farron, all the way down to a coastal city where we can find passage.
I mean, honestly, I don't think. Well,
Is Fort Farron the front line or the Red Dragon?
No.
no, it's where the
Oh.
undead are piling up.
Oh, okay.
There was a black dragon, right?
Yeah.
That's also in the
Well,
Marshes
it's
of
technically
Unveiling.
it's in the marshes, yeah, but it seems to be commanding the undead. The undead are coming from the marshes.
Yeah.
I suspect once we get to Fort Farron and try to deal with the undead, we're going to end up in the marshes.
Well,
If we decide to deal with
all
the
I
undead,
know
but that seems
is
to be
lives at the fort are being lost. I think we could do something about it. So I think we should
Yeah,
pull
it's
for this.
it's also sort of necessary to go there to get anywhere else. It's literally the crossroads.
Also, probably where we could do the most good.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where we'll go next.
All right. So we're gonna reach most likely some downtime here. There's not really much that it seems like you all have as far as role play with any particular characters. I think the only thing I'm gonna put us back onto the district map here. So I think the only thing in terms of role play that someone had mentioned was Marvin going over to Rudukar, the guild house, and it's trying to speak to Marvin. I think that was you, Thanos.
That was more of who's gonna teach me more stuff because
Okay.
we have no one that can pick locks. So I think we decided that we trust the shadow people more.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Hold up real quick.
The Kevlar.
Yeah, so that's going to be, that would be a role play moment, if you're going to go to the Rudikar guild house and talk with Marvin or any of the Rudikar for that matter. That'll be your RP moment. Beyond that, though, there's not anything else. We're just going to be here, copying spells down, working on our blacksmithing, right, forging those dark steel armaments, and then getting one of them enchanted. So
Yeah, I was
potions. This doesn't
probably-
seem like anybody else has.
at
like,
one
kind of
point I was
role
gonna
play.
want to go and meet those people that they met last night to see what that woman had for me, if she had any kind of potion or anything. I thought it was an interesting. Varys would probably find that pretty interesting because, like,
find
but
that
other than that, I
interesting.
don't. Yeah, well, to see what she would, so what kind of
Yeah.
potion she'd suggest for me.
Yeah,
This is
you'd
so
find
horny.
you'd find it real interesting, wouldn't you? I
Why
love
do
it.
you all do this to me?
Because the way you just went about that was like, oh, Varys would find that really interesting. You're just so like, yeah.
Varys
I
trying to hit
was
on
trying
another
to get my thoughts
person.
together, and then I was like, yeah, whatever. It's whatever.
Anyone who's got magical power.
Oh yeah.
That's a fair. They might have somebody to teach Thanos to lockpick and stuff too.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Is that I think we decided we trusted them more to teach me than we trusted Marvin
Marvin
to teach
yeah.
me how to lockpick.
Marvin. It's a bad rap. Okay. So we're just gonna fast track because we have downtime here. So we're not really reason to get into anything else. The city is not
Oh yeah.
going to
In that book, was there knock as a second level spell? Was that one of them they had?
in which book?
The what's his name?
know.
Rateldars, I think is how do you say?
Oh, Rathalda?
Rathaldas, yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have knock or no? Okay,
No, there's no knock in that book.
okay, because that was a spell. I wanted to get. Maybe I could go to the store, the Merchants Guild, and buy it, but I wasn't sure.
Oh, go back to Silver Falls Emporium.
Yeah.
And get it. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to find knock, you can get it there.
Yeah, I'll do that as well. Just
Okay.
since we're having downtime, I probably want to try to copy more spells if I can.
This man trying to spend all our money.
I have 5,000 gold worth of materials. Yeah, I guess it would be how much is a
This is
spell
A
scroll of
ploy
knock?
to make you spend even more money.
I don't want to spend money. I don't want to spend all your money. I'm spending all of your money.
Big old your money.
Well, it's already spent. Like
500 gold pieces.
Oh, yeah,
for
it's-
a knock spell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that on me.
Take it from the group.
yeah, it's 500 gold. It's not.
It's
Take it
fine.
from the
Egg.
Deduct it from the
Okay.
group thing.
I'll
Beg.
take it from the treasury.
Beg for it. Beg for it. What do you
Guys,
You have
can
to arm wrestle Lucar.
Okay.
Varys finds that interesting.
So
Interesting.
Full strength.
interesting.
Dude, you guys are going to turn him into the big bad. You just wait. He's going to lose it. Just like annihilate us all in our sleep.
Varys is Damodar. That's why I didn't want to kill him.
He's future Varys is who Demodar
Okay.
is.
I subtracted 500 gold from the treasury.
Okay, so again we're gonna short track. So Thanos, what we had 3. I'm trying to remember. Short sword.
Great axe, hand crossbow, a short sword, because we scrapped the plate, which was the first 20 that I took out.
Yeah.
So
We had great axe, hand crossbow, and short sword, which is all you could
Yes.
make with what you
Yeah.
have.
yeah.
Okay. Right.
Can I add those spells to my thing, or is it going to take longer than our downtime?
You can. You're working on the one that's 4 hours left. Get Dimension Door. 2 days for potions. You can add knock in and other spells too.
So I could do Dimension Door and Knock.
Yeah, I hope you could hear me. My mic fell over, so
No, you're good.
Yeah.
And then
It's just
I'd probably want to do Polymorph out of that book as well if I have time.
polymorph out of the book.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah, that's fine. Just okay, so we have 50, so 200, then okay, so 300 gold pieces, and then 12 hours worth of time, plus the 4 originally, so 16 hours. That's fine.
Okay.
So make sure to
And then-
reduce for 300 more gold from your spellcasting components. Anything else? No.
Trying to think. Yeah, I think that's good for now.
Okay.
Aldor and Lucar started an underground fight club.
Yeah. Right.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Get those into your spellbook here. Are you putting them in, or do you want me to do it?
I was gonna put it in, but if
Okay. You can do
so,
it.
which one is the better one? Is it DBB spell or DDB
Always
spells?
pull from the SRD. So always pull from
Okay.
the SRD, and then if it's not there, use DDB. You can drag those 3 spells into your inventory or your spellbook. Okay, so the items here, are we going through with the dragon slaying onto the great axe?
I believe so. I mean, she was basically just offering to do it, so I don't think he would say no to that. That was the implication.
We gonna fuck these dragons up.
Yeah, I don't know that Maldor understands the nature of the enchantment, so he's just kind of like, "Hey, let's see what happens. We'll figure it out from there."
Enchantment.
Exactly. And then just everybody's dead.
Enchantment.
See.
I guess the only other thing I would probably look for during downtime is more +1 crossbow bolts.
And obviously asking the mistress for darkness creating potions.
I am curious what potion she would give me after stabbing me, or if they would just kill me after stabbing me. One of the two.
Right. And just see what you are, and you instantly die. They are like pledged to kill all, outroot and kill all evil.
Yeah, that's kind of. That is
Are
the
you-
downside to Thanos.
Evil?
Am I evil? No, but I am the spawn of an evil deity.
I can
Right,
say
that's gray area.
their whole thing is they're about asking questions first, killing later, and they only operate in absolutes. So if you're in the gray, you're probably fine.
Yeah, but they also want to get into the marshes, right? Like they can't get into the marshes, and me being able to traverse the marshes could make me an asset to them, which is scary.
Like I said, that just makes you. That gives you an in.
No, that just makes them scary.
All the best friends are scary.
That is fair. I would probably become best friends with them and offer to, leave you guys, but it's fine.
Diamond son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, Tegan. At any point during this downtime, I could do the detect thoughts on you if you want, or if you want to put that off, we can.
He'll let you know when he's ready.
Okay, sounds good.
You're looking for bolts +1. Is that what I heard now?
Yeah, I wouldn't take time to craft those because they were relatively cheap, if I remember correctly. I mean, in the essence of how much money everyone else is spending.
Oh, if you're shopping for bolts +1, you should snag me some too. 'Cause I got the crossbow now too.
I'm hoping they have like 150 that I can just shove in the bag of holding.
Give them all of our money.
Pretty much.
All of them. I mean, hopefully there aren't many combats where I have to use a crossbow, but just in case, you never know.
Can't hurt.
Or it can.
I mean, it can.
Okay.
Also, once you're done with all this stuff, we might need to do the reroll for great weapon fighting on the axe if it's not on there already.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on. No worries.
Okay.
I just got to go through to see on the timetable with the bolts. Okay. The bolts are being pulled right now. So the actual in the last day that you have been here, they are pulling the inventory of bolts that are enchanted. So you're kind of picking through. If you're going to try to find them, you might be able to pick them through on the Emporium. Try to see if you can snag some. For 20 bolts +1, you'd be looking at 400 gold.
Damn.
Yeah. If you
Never
guys don't
mind.
mind.
You get some. I'm good. I really don't
Okay.
need them. I already got the +1 crossbow, so.
So I think I would buy them.
Okay.
For you,
They
it's a good
have
investment.
they have
Yeah,
more.
it's
I mean, you can get more. They have over 200 bolts in their inventory, but they're being pulled. So from the blacksmith and Smith Row for Comstock, a couple other places, right? They're pulling them right now, particularly the Lord's soldiers.
If we're still over like 10k gold, I'd spend a couple grand on bolts at this point.
Well, I mean, at some point, I'm gonna have downtime enough to make my own bolts. I just haven't had that time with all the blacksmithing, so I just want to get enough to get through a couple combats. So I think I would buy 40 if that's okay with you guys. That's what, 800 gold?
Yeah, shoot. Do it.
Yeah, go for it.
So that would be what, 19,864 is what we left in the treasury with.
All right, so you had 14 in your inventory.
Yep.
Okay, so you're gonna go up to 54. Okay, it's there.
Sweet.
That's the 2. Okay. And then the last one is a short sword.
Yes.
That's going to you as well.
Yes. For when I need to stab stuff.
When it runs out of those bolts.
Mm-hmm. 54 bolts ain't gonna last me very long.
No.
It's like 20 turns, give or take.
Especially not if you shoot them into gelatinous cubes.
I could just polymorph you at that point if you run out of bolts.
Polymorph them into a bolt.
Oh, you do have polymorph now, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Senior Volte.
And he could
You
still
have to be able to
invisible.
see me to polymorph me is the issue.
Cast light.
The thing is, he could step into the light. You could turn him into a freaking Tyrannosaurus, and then he could step back into the darkness and be an invisible Tyrannosaurus.
Oh,
Don't you lose class feats when you polymorph? Am I nuts? Thought it was only wild shape that you retained them.
I have no idea.
this sinner.
Here, I'll read the spell. So this
there's no
this spell
point.
transforms you into a creature you can see within range into a new form. An unwilling creature must make a wisdom saving throw. The spell has no effect on a shape changer or a creature with 0 hit points. The transformation lasts for the duration or until the target drops to 0 hit points. The new form can be any beast with a challenge rating that is equal to or less than the target's or the target's level if it doesn't have a challenge rating. The target's game statistics, including mental ability scores, are replaced by the statistics of the chosen beast. It retains its alignment and personality. So I don't think you get any of your class stuff.
That's fine. When I run out of bolts, you can just turn me into a giant ape and I can punch everything.
That was kind of the plan. And then
I
I have
still like the
Dimension
short sword.
Door. Yeah, I have Dimension Door just in case things go bad.
Okay. Potion of Stone Giant Strength to Lucar and Maldor from the Mistress, and all three of you, Potion of Psychic Resistance. Take that into inventory. All right, so the Stone Giant Strength, that's going to be a strength score of 23 for 1 hour. So quite potent. And then the Psychic Resistance is just gaining the resistance to that damage type for 1 hour as well. So that's going to give you some advantages on that type of damage. And then Varus, get the third of the Psychic Resistance there. And then you also get a potion of mind reading.
Ooh.
That allows, when you drink this potion, you gain the effect of the Detect Thoughts spell. And that lasts for a minute.
Oh, so I have along with my class reading, I could drink the potion and do the same thing.
So it's essentially the vial allows, or the potion allows you to immediately have Detect Thoughts. Like you're casting a spell, but instead you're drinking a potion, and it will allow you to have the spell.
Okay, sweet.
Frees up a spell slot for you at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I don't use it on a spell slot unless I have to do it more once a day.
Okay, so the biggest item is the Darksteel Dragon Slayer Great Axe. Not only do you have the additional damage die, so it's doing 2d12 damage, you're going to gain +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, so it's going to be an enchanted weapon to a +1 weapon. And in addition, it's going to do an extra 3d6 slashing damage to dragon types.
I can't wait to
So-
see you crit with that.
It does a lot of damage to dragons. In fact, it's pretty similar to the Baneberry Thune, but its difference is the damage type. So the axe is just going to do a magical slashing, whereas the Baneberry Thune actually does psychic damage.
Damn.
So there's
Legit.
a difference with the damage type, which is how resistances are. A lot of creatures are resistant to even magical, just the physical type damages, but not so resistant to like psychic types. In total, I'm going to go ahead and advance the time clock. we're going to be on the 10th of the month here, and the month is equivalent to October, so you're kind of in the October 10th space of time. Season's changing, getting colder, more snow. You've been here for several days, working through getting the weapons finished, getting the one enchanted, getting the potions, shopping at the vendor stores, and all that time you're there at the Zealous Flagon, using the rooms, eating the food, and all of that. Now, according to my notes, when I looked back, I was trying to figure out how much money you've spent at the particular the actual tavern. I have it listed as it's 2 gold pieces each for the common rooms, and each of you have rooms. So 6 of you. You're staying a total of 3 days, so you still have enough gold that you've actually given them.
Extra.
I've extra. Yeah, I've actually added up, so you have enough gold extra to accommodate your stay through this time and more. There's more days that you could stay in those rooms.
Is he dead, Jim, or is that just me?
Given how much gold you've actually given that tavern over your time here,
Right.
with like tips and just like handing gold over and things. So.
We're their favorite customers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So with that said, that's going to kind of wrap up the fast track, and so we're going to put it into the morning. Actually, I'll put it towards the afternoon of the 10th. That would make more sense. It's about 2 o'clock. The city's no longer on lockdown. It has ended after a couple of days. So yesterday, basically, the city was unlocked. There are still individuals that could go into the Trader's District because it's outside the walls. There was maybe a checkpoint that they had for actually kind of getting goods between that. From the hearsay and other things of eavesdropping, crowds and whatnot, after spending time, it seems as though there was an attack, particularly on the treasury of the keep, and that the explosion was the treasury. In fact, there was a kind of an explosion which erupted the ground and sent splinters of dust and debris from the courtyard, and some of the actual keep kind of slammed down a little bit. So it's kind of in desperate need for repair, and in the process of that. But Lord Downfloor is alive, wasn't involved with the incident at all. It all happened relatively quick in a matter of a couple of minutes. The intruders were not seen, so those that were down in the treasury at the time and the guard were killed. They were, from the reports, they appeared to be desiccated bodies. Their flesh was ripped apart, and their equipment was scorched and whatnot. And so no one had actually seen who the intruders were. There's talk that they had taken items out of the treasury, and the rest of the items in the treasury are lost under the debris. So they're having to remove the debris right now and get towards whatever else is in the treasury. So that is as much information as you would hear from the crowd and through the hearsay, and it spreads to the city. Any questions on that?
Do you want to bet Marvin capitalized on the chaos?
Right. Cleaned out that shit. He's been sneaking under the rubble.
Y'all ready to go?
Out of here.
Oh, so I don't know that we have much else to do here.
Okay.
Are we gonna get like a horse and a wagon, or are we hoofing it?
I guess we should, shouldn't we? Provisions.
Yeah, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I guess we should
Good-
stock
good
up
food.
on travels.
Okay.
Maldor Jr.
So
Is-
if you're looking to get horses and stagecoach, you can. There's actually a person that designs stagecoaches and wagons. It's like kind of like a car dealership level thing inside of the city. On the south side of the main entrance, they have kind of a little bit like a compound, whatnot, with different styles and things. And then there's a stables that's nearby that sells horses, particularly draft horses to pull, right? Riding horses to ride, or draft horses to pull stagecoaches and wagons. Both of those will be able to sell you horses, sell you a stagecoach or a wagon if you're looking for that, all the inner workings of saddling and all the harnesses, and then you just have to tack on feed for the animals, right? So you have to buy as much feed as you possibly can. But depending on how far your journey's going. It's not very far to get to Fort Farron if that's your next destination. It's relatively quick and easy, especially if you're on a stagecoach. You can definitely get there pretty quick. I would probably say, since you're in the afternoon, you'd have to take one night out on the road, and then the following day, midday, you would arrive. You'd arrive at Fort Farron. It's not
Probably a
far at all.
decent use of money.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we're hurting for coin. We should... I say we ride in comfort so Varus can write his spells, and
Yeah, I could copy down more spells on the journey.
walking places pisses me off. When you're accustomed to just being able to think about going in a direction, having to move your legs is bullshit.
Mr.
Yeah.
Think and Float.
Okay.
I could cast Fly on you, and you can just kind of live the same life you used to did back in the day.
Maybe when we get a good day off, just for old time's sake.
No days off, only work.
Take him on the flying disc.
All right. But yeah, I guess what
We'll let
is it
Tegan
going to do?
design the stagecoach.
Yeah.
See if we can get a sponsorship deal.
Yeah. Big IL on the side of the cart.
Maybe the Emporium guy will give us another set of clothes and a stagecoach.
Wait.
God,
Some bumper stickers.
I'm starting to get to the point where like I have a lot of spells, but not enough prepared spells. So I'm like, what do I pick? What do I pick?
It's a good problem to have. Wizard
Yeah.
problems.
Spell
problem.
anxiety.
Good problem.
You should have been a sorcerer.
Yeah, I'm alright.
But then he wouldn't have as many spells.
Yeah, then he'd be complaining he only knows 4 spells.
But I'd be using those spells. I'd use every single one.
Now we're making Michael do all kinds of math.
Mhm.
But yeah, so horses and stagecoach is what we decided.
Is anybody good at
Those
driving one
Are we-
of those?
Should we get a portable anvil?
Learn on the way.
That is brilliant, and I like it. Just
Yeah, how much-
in the bag of holding? Just
Have it built onto the back of the stagecoach, like a little.
No,
like,
no, no,
portable
no.
board.
One that we could put in the bag of holding.
put the bag of holding out. Pop
Dude,
it
that-
out, do
does
some
that
work, pop it
exist?
back in.
I don't know.
I mean, I think if the bag is empty, it could hold a small anvil.
No, I'm asking if that kind of anvil even exists.
I mean, an
Like-
anvil is essentially just a hunk of metal.
It's just a very massive hunk of metal. The issue would be the capacity of weight that a bag of holding can hold versus how heavy an anvil would be.
Mm-hmm. We have 2 bags of holding, so
Yeah, I think if its total capacity is like 500 pounds, isn't it?
How heavy is an anvil?
How heavy do you think?
And
an
can I
anvil is?
bench it?
I feel
I
like
have
a
ex-
small anvil would be under 500 pounds.
1,200 pounds.
yeah, I have no idea.
Blacksmith anvils typically weigh between 75 to 500 pounds.
What are you?
And if it's-
What? So what are you gonna make on it? Is the question. That
You're
will
gonna have to be able to
determine its
make your own fire and stuff too. Like
Uh,
a good enough fire to smelt
I'm not a
metal.
fire breathing dragon.
Yeah, see, this
I
is
mean-
this is where we come into the concept of do we try to go to the stagecoach vendor and do we try to have them make a custom mobile for
A blacksmith coach. Yeah.
because it doesn't make much
Oh, I
sense to
forgot
get
about the fire.
it doesn't make sense to just buy an anvil and then throw it into the bag of holding when you don't have a quench tank, you don't have a forge, you don't have a kiln, you don't have a workbench, you don't have any of the other tools associated with the trade.
I was gonna say
besides
'cause
your
I can
smith's tools
and
and your hammer. So
when you're in the dragon slaying business, one fire breath and our investment goes up in smoke.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
then
We'll just
do you
keep
want
renting
do
forges.
you want to have a mobile forge? You're moving around, and then all of a sudden you have to leave it, or it's destroyed. And you spend all this gold on it. I'm going
Yeah.
in the assumption that there's going to be blacksmiths wherever you go if you're in a place that you're going to make armaments. I don't think that you're going to be in a situation where you're out in the wild and you're like, it's time to blacksmith.
It's time to work.
It's hammer
that's
time.
it's how he deals with stress. He has no other
It
option.
is at this point.
I just don't think that's going to be something that happens.
You have to take
Nope,
up wood
that's
carving.
fair.
And I think
You
you have
just
enough
get-
gold to rent space.
Oh, I do need wood carving.
You can you could just sit in the stagecoach and whisper sweet nothings to your hammer.
Oh my god, my sweet bear.
Oh, should I get a book of giant to learn giant? Is that a thing that I should do?
Yeah, because I don't think
Should I
any
s-
of us speak giant.
So that way I can actually like read the hammer?
Giant for dummies.
Giant for
Giant
dummies.
for
Thanos
dummies.
is the only one
Giant
trying to do
giants are dummies.
self-improvement in this group.
Huh?
I feel like Thanos is the only one trying to do self-improvement in this group. The rest of us are just freeloading.
Everyone else is having existential dread.
I was
and
gonna
Thanos
say-
already went through that phase
Yeah.
when he first met you guys. So Thanos
If-
is now.
If you're gonna
Theme
take
of the
Thanos
group.
is actually becoming a better person.
if you're gonna take extra
that.
time to learn, I don't think there's only probably one organization that would teach you giant. It's the same place you would have to get proficiency thieves tools, and that would take more time. So
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was hoping there was a book.
yeah, so you
that
have
I
yeah.
could
I
just
did
travel
not
with.
tack. I did not tack on the thieves tools part of this learning that yet. I've not tacked that onto the time frame. That's something you all are
That's-
attempting to do. That would add several more days of time.
I mean, I'm fine with it. We were
Not
just
in a
hanging out
rush.
anyway.
I feel like we're gonna come across more locked stuff at some point. Nobody's proficient
uh,
in thieves' tools or sleight of hand or any of that, right?
No, I picked
literally
up
every
knock
time
just
does
in
have knock.
case.
that costs a spell slot though, so it's like that's more of
Mhm.
an emergency.
Yeah, I mean that was my point. Was
But,
like just in case.
Yeah,
and it
every
also
time we've had
can
to unlock something,
arcane locks is
yeah,
kind of
We've just broken it.
yeah, it's been crowbar and hammer and smash.
yeah.
Crowbar
to
and
you.
hammer and smash.
It's worked
That's what
so
we did.
far. That is all I.
That's
Yeah,
eventually gonna
Up
wear
until
off,
it blows up on us. Is the
Yeah,
issue.
or there's a locked chest with like a crystal vase that we need something out of. It's just like, all right, I'm gonna unlock it.
All I hear are haters.
All right. So what I'm hearing is to get proficiency thieves tools, but not learn giant.
Correct. The giant was just if they had a book and I could just take it with me and learn in downtime further on down the road. But
Gotcha.
So if we're tacking on extra downtime and learning things, Maldor would pull Tegan to the side, and this may take longer, but just to get the process started. I am accustomed to telling people what to do, and they do it. That does not work as well here. It does not. I usually just say it louder, and then that sometimes works. You have a gift for being a bit nicer about it, a bit more tactful. I think I would like to be better at that. And he would like to teach him persuasion. Yeah.
Jeez. I mean, people coming full circle in this party is just. Yeah, buddy. Let's teach you how to be nice. Teach you some manners.
that was
So-
such a backhanded compliment. I like it. Like, yeah, we'll do it. You need to learn how to be nice.
Okay. So we have 3 days to work with. I just need one of you to make. I'll have Tegan. I'll have you make the check with the skill, and then Maldor. I'll have you roll an intelligence check.
Oh yeah, it's gonna go well.
Hey,
Hey.
Oh yeah,
Reliable talent.
I forgot.
Reliable. Yeah, I mean that's definitely something you're receptive. You're learning as you go. Falling into more of your charisma stat for the next days, which is easily able to take over, and so you gain persuasion. Proficiency there with persuasion. There you go. You got it.
Yep. Yeah, no, we were both clicking it, so it went like
Yeah, I was like
off
both
on
clicking. It was like
expertise.
can't compute.
all right, now we're ready to go shoot undead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not?
All right, so we still have yet to settle on for stagecoach horses. So what exactly are we? Are we going to go mounted for this? Are we going to go stagecoach edition? What are we doing?
I mean, I
Stagecoach
I
and a
would
couple extra
prefer
horses
to be
for
in
the
a
rest.
stagecoach, but I don't know what y'all prefer.
Stagecoach holds
That's a
what,
tough
4 people?
choice.
It
Imagine
depends.
between the if we get one big enough, it's like people could sit on the outside and the inside or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I was just hoping for a mode of transportation for while we're going. I can work on spells if I need to.
Like
Yeah, I would. Go ahead.
instead do like a indoor 4-person stagecoach and 2 riding horses. At least so like somebody else can scout front and behind.
Yeah, I feel like I would either get a horse or be the driver, so that way I'm outside most of the time. That, and if needed, I can talk to animals. So,
Your track record with horses is not stellar.
I did not kill
Oh,
my horse.
All Palu.
So right now it's 50 gold pieces for a draft horse, 75 gold pieces for a riding horse, and then you'd be looking at 150 to 500 gold pieces for a stagecoach or wagon. So on your end, if you're looking for something super classy, nice and sturdy, can occupy 4 to 6 people in the cabin of a stagecoach with double swinging kind of doors, right? They'll open kind of like that on either side. You'd have a driver's seat. 2 to 3 people can be up at the driver's seat that's overarched. You'd have also a bonnet, right? So kind of a storage trunk space and an underbelly space that sits inside of the stagecoach. That would need to be pulled by at least 4 draft horses. And then that would be at the upper range. That'd be like 500 gold for that.
Do it.
Yeah, it's
So
not even a question.
500 for the stagecoach, 4 draft horses. Should we get a riding horse so that way we can scout up ahead if needed?
I think for a riding horse, you have to actually be, or no, the riding horse means you don't have to be proficient. That's I know.
So you don't need to have proficiency in land vehicles unless you're in a state of combat and you attempt to fight
Right.
with the land vehicle. So if you're on a stagecoach and somebody, highwaymen come at you or something on horseback and you're attempting to take the stagecoach and ride away, you're going to have to make checks with animal handling because you don't have proficiency in land vehicles and you're attempting to run with this thing and hope that it works. But you don't need to have any proficiency just to use the bounce for common practices. So the only mount that you wouldn't need to have proficiency with land vehicles and you could still fight in combat would be a war horse because they've been trained to fight in combat, so they will not run away. Which
Yeah,
war
so
horses
draft
are
and riding is just
extremely
the
expensive.
difference. Right, draft and riding, the difference is speed mostly.
Correct. Draft horses are much larger breed. They are meant to pull, stage, right? They're meant to pull things, not be rode.
Yeah, I mean whatever. And we could they are inexpensive. It's
That's 850 for a coach, draft horses, and 2 riding horses plus feed.
one for Luco to eat.
Horse is too tough for me.
Yeah. So yeah, you'd be 500 stagecoach, 700, 200 for the 4 draft horses, 700 total there, and then 2 riding horses in addition to that would be 150 on top of the 700. So you're looking at 850. Total.
Prices of them include saddles and everything like that.
That will account towards the draft horses and the riding horses. In their cost is also the saddles and the brides. So that's kind of an all-inclusive thing. So it assumes that you're going to buy a draft horse because you're going to put it towards something else to
Hook it on something.
to hitch it. Yeah. It does not count feed. If you're gonna tack on feed is relatively inexpensive, but it depends on how many days, right? You want to buy out for your horses and things.
I mean, it's
Couple weeks.
we're only talking about going a day, right? And then we're gonna be in another place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can buy
Guess
a
we-
week's worth of feed.
Yeah.
To have.
You never know if we have been waylaid by enemies and must defend ourselves.
was gonna say the silver dragon could come out of nowhere at this point.
Well, if that happens,
We haven't
the
been
horses
attacked by a dragon in a week.
Extra for flame
the
retardant
horses are
coating?
dead. Yeah, I mean that's if
So
they get
that's
eaten,
fair.
then the problem goes away.
it would be 7 silver pieces for that amount of feed. If you're buying for, if you were going to buy 1 week's worth of feed for all of those horses you have, it's only 7 silver pieces, so it's not much at all.
851 gold, essentially.
Little tip.
Sounds good to me.
Okay,
The good hearty stock.
are you ready to go?
GTFO.
Yep, let's get out of here. Hold on, guys. You know what time it is? It's time for the Tome of the Beholder.
Oh, good
He's just
God.
riding along.
Are you gonna roll?
is it
Here
good?
we go
Is it
again.
Yeah,
good?
I'm gonna look for sending in the Beholder. The Tome of the Beholder.
Got to refresh my thing again.
You
No.
will not find it. You are struggling.
It never
Seven.
has anything in it.
I think looking at this, you're actually up on spells, are you not?
What?
How many times have you looked in the book?
Hold on. Let me enter this as a failed spell because I add the fails and successes so I don't look up for it again.
Yeah, if the second ones are successes, it looks like you've had more successes than failures.
No, the second ones are fails.
Oh, yeah, then yeah,
Oh.
it's not going well.
Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow,
Oh, I
wow,
can
wow.
teach you silence.
Yeah, I mean Tegan can teach me sending too.
Yeah. I can teach you silence. Shut up.
He
Okay.
backhands you.
Wait, shit. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn how to be nice. It's,
Yeah, we got to learn how to be nice. Okay.
Polymorph. I'm gonna polymorph Maldor into a rat.
So
You little rat.
as we spend nearly a week in the city dealing with our business, on top of how long we've been there, this number of days in the fine city, this holy city of Othema, you begin to trudge out with your stagecoach, comfortable and in style. Few riding horses could be tied off to the coach. All of you can ride on the coach. You don't need to be on the horseback. Just use the saddlebags for storage if you wanted to, and you begin to go out. The gates of the city are open, so no one's blocking you. There's not any refugees really coming from Tholnir. There's a patrol of soldiers. They seem to have backpacks and other kind of climbing gear and things. They're kind of coming in. There are about 16 to 18 of them that you are able to tell as they're now forming along the just entrenched path that would be a road that leads in. They're kind of coming off to the side, letting you all to pass by, and they seem to be tired and weathered, potentially from a journey up to where Tholnir is, right? Maybe they're on patrol up there into the mountainside just to scan and do their post, right? So they're kind of returning from that. You continue to head out. The overcast is a decent size. It's a decent snow right now. It's showcasing the change in season, right? There's 2 seasons of the Frosthorn. You have a summer and you get a winter. And so we're in that transition period directly to winter. So the cold is hitting you. You definitely have to have either bear wolf cloaks over top or, be someone else that is immune to cold.
Egan's the driver.
So in the stagecoach, though, it's quite warm. There's also, in this particular stagecoach, there's a small iron kind of furnace or stove that sits there in the corner. So you actually can create a fire in there, and the glass is reinforced with metal and other sorts of wooden accents to it. So it's quite cozy and warm in there. You can make your own fire and your own comfortable there. In addition, if you were to sleep in this, you can have upwards of 3 medium-sized humanoids actually sleep inside of the stagecoach. They can lay out. There's enough room for that. And that's not saying someone couldn't be on the benches too and kind of sit up there, but they couldn't lay out on them completely. So it's comfortable. It's roomy. It's a joy. You begin to transition as you're heading out on this day. At midday, you're leaving the city. You can transition, leaving the holy city, your backdrop, this beautiful tiered mountainous city, and you're heading through a large pass. Okay. So you still have the Frosthorn Mountains on either side, and you are still at a pretty high elevation. I think this might be the first time that might showcase to you just how high up the Frosthorn, even the valley, is in kind of comparison to sea level. So you have been a number of thousands of feet above sea level, even at this current position. And so you're having a gradual descent now as you're going through a wide, massive pass with many miles to your west and to your east that separates what's referred to as the southern Frosthorn and the northern Frosthorn mountains. So the way that they're kind of separated through is by the valley and by this pass. And you're beginning to transition through that. There's alpine evergreen trees that grow from them and come downwards. There's brambles and thickets. It hasn't really changed. There's rocks and landslides and small avalanches that are happening that you can see in the distance to your west and to your east and many miles away. And you're passing by people. This road is well traveled. The road, even though it's snowed and entrenched, you can feel the cobbledness underneath it. And the signage and the postings are kind of continuing to guide you where this road might be. And the people that pass by you may be making pilgrimage to the Sun Tree. They might be traders. They might be individuals that need to see the Lord. There also could be soldiers that are being sent up here to be trained as paladins. And so they might be a little bit more prowess with their squires and things and their war horses that they're riding up from noble family birth. And they're passing by. Regardless, they all say hi. It's all friendly. They say hi, waving to you, telling you good day, right? Thousand blessings of Pelor be upon you, kind of these common things that they're doing. And many of the traders and of the maybe envoys, right? These messenger type folk, they're not guarded. They're not armed. So the road seems to be quite safe. You're not seeing anybody that has weaponry. You might come across the occasional adventurer with a short sword or a long sword. Maybe there's some Emberock adventurers, right? But it's a safe road, it seems. Nobody has their private guard out. None of these nobles do, so smooth sailing. So you can kind of transition. We're now falling into the night. And as that happens, in that separation between dusk and twilight and then into the complete darkness, you begin to see the transition of the snow level. So you're in that in-between space. You imagine if you're a month year prior, you'd actually be outside of the snow. But you're still in it because you're in that transition state. And through some of the gaps, you can actually see there are like grasses and flowers and flowering shrubs and some deciduous trees that are forming from the push of the small wood that's encroaching north. You can also see the lights of homesteads and farms that line the road from west and east as the mountainous openings beginning to outstretch further and further and further as the southern Frosthorn continues in the western direction, and then the northern Frosthorn actually ends, and then that forms into a different mountainous type as two kind of faults are coming together. So this is all what you're seeing. It's all what you're encompassing. The temperature is warming up. It's still snowing and quite heavily. And in the distance, you can see rain, right? So now you're transitioning from heavy snow to maybe heavy rain. And you have an idea of all the lights from some certain things and how it encompasses in this high ascent as you made the descent, that what you're going into is going to be a heavily populated and farmed temperate region. There's not much left here that isn't populated besides this massive grove, a forest of some kind that lies to the west, and you can just barely get an inkling of that as it outstretches into the distance of the curvature of the world here. And it's kind of dwarfs a lot of what you're seeing as far as the homestead and farms. It's just this massive thing. The trees are huge, and it's really just creating a bramble of shadows, right, as you transition in your sight range. So we now come to our first night. You're more than welcome to sleep inside the stagecoach, get your bedrolls out, maybe create a fire because it's still cold, still in freezing temperatures to be able to snow. You also need to take care of the animals, so you have to make sure you can feed the horses, keep them warm. You might have to create a fire just for them, and do about your business. So if there's anything that you want to do in this time, just interrupt me because I'm going to continue the narration. This is how I do fast travel. I literally am just going to take you all the way there to whatever you're going to go next, and I'm just going to narrate it for you. So if there's anything that you want to do specifically throughout the journey and through the night here, you just got to interrupt me. And
I'm going to have Tegan teach me sending on one of the days that we're on the road.
Okay.
If he's okay with that.
for sure.
So let me go to my inventory and detract the spell components.
So it's
While they're
150,
doing-
150 gold
Right.
pieces for spell components, and then it is going to be 6 hours worth to instruct. So you're going to take most of the day of traveling, and then most of the next day traveling, because it's only going to be a total of a singular day, 24-hour period to get to Fort Fair.
Okay.
So that night before he goes to sleep, after talking more about the dragons and particularly what Elle had to say about the green one, Maldor is going to try and focus on the stone and reach out to her again.
Okay. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oof.
Nice.
This night you reach out to attempt to connect. You feel that your vision is going, but nothing comes to you. And you spend an hour maybe, and still nothing. It seems as though your concentration might not be in it. Maybe you're fatigued from the travels, or could be another reason, but it just does not come to you.
Fair enough.
I would
And
also
then-
say. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I would also say like I would start beginning the process of maybe learning how to meditate or focus inward or something. Now that I know that I somehow carry the souls of all of my clan or something.
Okay, so kind of prayer, right?
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of getting down and trying to focus in prayer. It's process. It may be something you need to be aided to by the Sun Tree, by that to kind of invoke them, but doesn't mean that you can't pray. It doesn't mean they're not listening to you, right? And kind of maybe the inklings of their guidance or their influence might come out in other ways besides just words, actions. So for you, that would be a process that's going to take time, and for sure, definitely prayer or meditation or however you want to comprise that to yourself is what you're doing. Okay. Anything else?
If I finish the sending spell before we get to Fort Farron, I'd probably send a message to my father and just basically say, "Hello, I'm just checking in with you, letting you know that I'm all good, and that I hope everything is well there." And that'd be it.
Okay.
So just at some point during the journey, if I have sending finished. If not, I'll wait.
Daddy, can you hear me?
You are going to need to expend. I'll advance it to the next day. Go ahead and take a long rest and then expend a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay.
Here.
My boy! Oh, I've missed you. How's it going, my little Vava? I hope you're having a good time. Everything's good at House Willow. Love you. Ciao, ciao.
That was worth it. That was worth the spell slot.
Excellent use of a spell slot.
Yeah.
Var.
Varvar. Yeah, none of you know this shit. None of y'all know the nicknames. Alright.
Not yet, Baba. Not yet.
Okay. So everyone can, everyone else can take a long rest, right? Varys, you've already done yours. So if you want to make sure, but you're going through the night here, and then you're packaging up, you're getting yourself ready to go. And now you have the light of the morning to help kind of see and showcase. And you can see, again, the mass of what you imagine to be the marshes of Unveiling. That is very clear that is exactly what that is. And in between the marshes and this kind of town that has these built stone walls, and then there's a little bit higher of a keep to those walls, it sits kind of at the edge of the farmland with a wood or forest that is between that of deciduous. And then the farmlands to your left and to your right, they are all along the road. There's plenty of homesteads. The population up here in the northern Gorn Valley is a lot, and it mainly comprises of agriculture and small populations that are grouped together that don't have a calling to a village or to a town. They're too small for that. So you notice there's foothills and other things that encompass this as well, but the curvature of this world is quite steep. This actual planet is much smaller than Earth, and so you're affected by the curvature more greatly, and so your sight line of what you mentioned you could see further in mileage is cut off, and so you're not seeing all of that, even though you're still at a decent elevation even at the start of this day. So you begin to work down, right? And you begin to work down into a degrade, and that immediately begins to transition from the snow level into the temperate forested grass kind of region, right? This is very typical of like a Pacific Northwest vibe, that immediately with the heavy snow, it's going to transition to this intense rain. I'm going to go ahead and simulate the rain for you so you understand how heavy this thing is. And it's
Oh God.
deluging. There is plenty of traffic still. People have kind of raincoat, like poncho things over with hooded cowls that they're kind of wearing as they're going. And eventually you see the sights of Fort Farron, and you are within the distance. Farmers see you alongside the road. They kind of wave to you, just like all the travelers they seem to be doing. And we now get to our next destination. All right, so this is going to be configured so that you can hop back and forth. So you can access both of these places. And I need to populate one thing real quick.
Look at all that lush, beautiful green.
Yeah, it's weird.
I
Place
bet
like
there
this
is
has a
some
lot of light.
delicious game meat here.
That is going to be a smoking hellscape by the time we leave, based on our track record.
I was gonna say, isn't that where the undead army is? Isn't that the western side?
To the west? Yeah, I think so.
We'll find out.
They're hiding in the trees. Well, yeah, then obviously the solution is burn the forest. Duh.
Of course.
Look at Zeph.
If only Zeph was here.
Where's Zeph?
Guys, I really don't think we should burn the trees.
I mean, we're killing undead.
Last
he might
time
be
we
on
didn't
board.
burn something, it really fucked us. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I think
I would
Maldor
say
gets
he'd
a
probably
free
side with
arson
us for
at
the
this point.
Well, as it is,
Fireball,
remember to
anything
ask
Maldor
questions
tells him to
first.
do.
Burn them later.
So we're coming in from this north side, right?
Yeah, you're coming in from the north side. I'm going to get to the description here. I had to reset one of the maps because it was corrupted. So just give me a little bit here.
God damn it, Doe's already been there.
Amador's already blown it off the world.
I mean, it's quite telling that Damodar only destroyed the treasury and not the whole keep.
I think that's probably just he had other shit to do and didn't want to waste time stomping on bugs that don't concern him.
He wanted to kill Lord. He would have done it already.
I was gonna say, I don't think the Lord matters.
He most certainly does not. He's an idiot.
Irrelevant.
Okay. So you're approaching from the northern side, and you're heading south. So you're along now the cobbled road, and there's no snow, so you're now fully on the cobbles. You're not entrenched, and obviously it's deluging down. There's grass that's kind of grows into small and medium around you, flowering shrubs and flowers. Many of the fields here have been harvested, and they're being kind of redone for the winter. right? So this is kind of the harvesting season. They might be planting some quick rotational crops, but beyond that, they're getting them ready to kind of bed down. Being this far north in the Gorn Valley, you're going to get hit by snow, and so you need to be quick about it and make sure that you're ready for that. So this is a moderately walled and guarded fort with almost like a resident village or a town, right? The fort sits at the crossroads of many major roads. To the north, you have Othema, which you've come from. To the west, you have Norfolk and the marshes. To the east, Gorn Pass that goes into Ismar, a very nomadic region. To the south, the rest of the Gorn Valley. The walls of the fort, as you approach, you can now see, they are about 15 feet tall and then 10 feet wide. They are built from river or mountain rock that has been chiseled and bricked into a decent barrier. The actual walls of the fort, many of their segments are much larger and sturdier as they're attempting to kind of build them up and make them far more, right? So the outer walls, though, of the village, which is where you're heading into, those are not nearly as large as some of the fort walls. And even then, the wall on the western side of the fort seems to not have had much change to it. It's almost representative of the village walls, and it kind of begins to add up that perhaps they can't do much to it. That they are trying to fortify their defenses, but you can't exactly fortify defenses if you're constantly attacked. So you get to see that as you're coming in, based on the fact that the fort is slightly upraised in comparison to the village. The village sits more of into a floodplain, right, with the farmland and certain things, so that's a little bit higher up. Now, guard towers upon the village walls are few and far between. You only have 2 of which encompass around the gate, which is just a double wooden door that can be shut and barred. And those towers are kind of squared off, and they're just kind of upraised platforms that staircases can kind of wrap up and get to that are exposed on the outside. There are bigger and broader towers to the fort, which is in the process of constructing, but few and far between. I mean, there's barely any of them as far as you're able to tell. It's definitely in the process of like as I stated, being built up. Now, the towers that you observe are only 10 feet taller than the wall, right? And as I stated, they're really just there for observations. They don't have any siege weaponry on them. They have braziers that are there that can be lit, but there's nothing that they would be using them for. There's not even really a half wall or a cranial to them. It's maybe a 3-foot lip, so you can't even really get cover if you're standing on them. As you now begin to navigate into the fort, into the village side, the gate is open, right? There's a couple guard that are on top of the towers just observing. They either have short bows, long bows, or crossbows, and they are wearing very light to medium-sized armor. It's crude in its design. They don't really have any banners associated with them, so they're not wearing any sort of surcoats or tabards, but they do have very similar kind of padded greenish coloration to some of their armaments and their clothes. So it's having a little bit of maybe just a color that they're associated with, like green, and that might be their designation. They're also really young. So the guard you're seeing up here, even though there are different race, they are young for their race, and they might be young adults to teenagers as far as understanding what they might be. They don't say hi to you. They don't wave. They just kind of watch as you make your way and you go into this place. All right. So now coming further in, the roads throughout the fort are cobbled with a small bricked sidewalk. The alleyways are dirt and rock with parses of grass and shrubs. You also now can hear people talking through the rain. It's difficult to do, but there's people talking and moving about, and there's some traffic of horses that are nearby, and you're able to hear some of that as well. Small wood trees, tall deciduous, persist in the fort, and they add some height to the maximum 2-story wooden and stone structured town or village. There are temporary homes are purchased by many nobles, such as like emissaries or delegates, to Athema or Ismar. And so some of the places that you're walking by, there's no candlelight, the fireplaces aren't lit, and it's temperature-wise, you're a little bit warm, you're still cold, you're right around 50 degrees or so. And so these homes are just unlit, they're unused, right? And you notice inside through the windows that they have, which are metal reinforced windows, they have cloth covering over some of the furnishings to keep off dust and whatnot. Now, there are many different tents that are pitched up, and they have a variety of different insignias. One of which seems to be kind of farmer type folks that are getting dressed in certain things that they might not fit into. And they're on lunch, and they're coming from these hordes of tents that are pitched nearby some of the trees, right? And so it's really hodgepodge place as you're moving. And they are picking up kind of a weapon, they're holding it, and they're kind of dangling it. They're really unsure of themselves. They sheath it, and they begin to head in the direction of the actual fort. There's a keep there, right? So they're heading in that direction. There's others which have more circular, kind of smaller size tents, and they have dwarvish inscriptions and writing on them. And they appear to be dwarven soldiers that are coming out of the tents. And they have shields, battle axes, or war hammers. They have heavy armor on them. They have inscriptions and insignias upon them. And at a glance, they seem to be all related in Dwarvish. If you're looking at some of the words that you're hearing, they're Clan Gilgal dwarfs, which seems a little bit odd. Because what you heard from Lord Thalfalor very early on as a refresher is that it was Clan Gilgal that seized control of Aluda and overthrow the elected dwarven clan that was there, which is Clan Drawro.
But they kind of broke the peace, didn't they?
So you're seeing that these soldiers here are what broke a piece of democracy or something, and there's those that are carrying the same markings and insignias of that clan, which is really odd. Now, as you continue to progress forward, there's many different landmarks of much kind of to you that might involve you is a lump and stump tavern, right? It's a sign of essentially a tree stump with like a rock lump on top of it, and it's kind of being uprooted and turned. It seems to be a very weathered 2-story structure, but that's something you can see through the alleyways of dirt. These buildings are quite separated and sparse. The permanent kind of larger structures, which would be more like apartment-style buildings that have a maximum still of only 2 floors or 2 levels, they sit outside of the actual keep or fort's entrance. And they facilitate maybe hospitality of the soldiers or whatnot, because you can see there's many people coming out of them that are soldiers. They're not the farmer types. They actually seem to be more trained. And they're coming outwards of them, prepared, well-fed, right? Maybe a loaf of bread in their hands, kind of finishing their meals, heading into the actual fort or the keep area. And they're going through a double wooden door and a portcullis-like gate that's opened up for them. And they're passing through to that. Now, there is a Fletcher here. There are a couple noble houses that are sitting somewhat vacant, right? These are temporary homes, maybe. And there's a smithy you're passing by as well. You can hear that kind of ringing out. There's more smithing you can hear inside of the fort itself, and it's through the rain. But beyond that, that's really it. No one's coming out to greet you in dramatic fashion. Everyone has kind of a place to be. Population is significantly lower compared to a city. You're only seeing maybe under 100 individuals that actually live inside of the village.
Is there anyone that looks like they're willing to talk to us? Like as we're passing by, do they look? Is there any friendly faces? I guess is what I'm kind of asking.
There's a market area. It's kind of a farmer's market. Functions pretty much every day throughout until a couple hours after noon. And there's people in there selling all sorts of different agricultural goods and harvest things like pumpkins and other sorts of. You imagine if there was a festival here, they would take over that area and have different games and drinking and kind of gardens and things. There's farmers passing by you that are going towards, that are wearing the armor and weapon. They seem unsure. You can ask them. You can talk to the dwarfs as well. They're passing by you as
Some
well.
heavy drinking.
So there is a numerous. I don't think anybody is like looking at you like a friendly face, being like, "Come talk to me."
No,
I think everyone really has their own thing. No one's just hanging out, right?
Okay, well, I guess I would stop somebody that looks like a local, and get. I don't know who's driving the cart. I guess it'd be Thanos. I'd be like, "Hey,
Unseen servant.
Thanos, can you stop here for a second?"
Oh,
Go ahead and stop the cart.
And I'll hop out, kind of like put my hood from the dragon helm over my head, and be like, I'll walk up to somebody that looks, nice enough that they would
Not-
answer my questions.
Not a soldier, but like a local.
Is there a soldier around?
I said there's one of the Dwarven clan soldiers. There's also one of the kind of farmer type soldiers that are unsure of themselves.
Yeah,
You can
I'll
also
do
put,
I'll do a farmer type soldier.
Okay. So we come to a human, ratty, kind of orangish hair, freckles on the face, maybe 16 years old. Stops and turns as you yell out towards them.
Hey, do you have a moment to speak real quick?
Oh yeah, sure. Not much time. I gotta go though. Training starts a couple minutes.
Right. If we were coming to help with the undead situation down here, where would we go to talk to the people in charge?
Oh, well that would be Commander Remar Luna. Probably finishing up lunch inside of the keep. Well, you can. I'm going that way. We're all going that way. A lot of us, anyways. You can always come with.
Okay, can you hold on a second? And I'll walk back to the group, and I'll be like, okay, so apparently to help out with the undead problem, we'd have to go to the keep. Should we drop the wagon off and then head there?
Yeah, surely they've got some sort of a stable or somewhere we can park it.
Yeah, and then I'll walk back
See
and be
to the
like,
horses.
is there a stable nearby or like an inn that we can...
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a stable, a large one. It should accompany the stagecoach and all your horses.
Where would that be?
It's just inside of the wall. The grounds aren't very large. Can't miss it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, cool. I can ride with you.
Sure, yes.
Beats
come on.
running. Can I actually go into stagecoach? I've never been in one before. Looks nice.
Yes, why don't you come in?
Oh, cool. Thanks so much.
What is your name?
Oh, my name? Oh, my name is Henrik.
All right, Henrik, yes. Come in.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, so nice.
Hello, everybody.
You can tell
This
your
is,
weapons, your armor. This is intense.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. This is Henrik. He's going to show us around, make sure we get to where we need to go, and then we're going to go to the keep with him.
What do you
Listen,
do?
man.
Henrik?
What do I do? I'm a cabbage farmer.
Fast.
Well, I'm a soldier now. I was actually conscripted last week.
Things are going well then, I take it.
Well, yeah. I have yet to face the undead. I've heard it's pretty easy, though. Just fire away.
A marksman then.
Well, we all have crossbows or bows, whatever. I use a short bow. I don't have it on me, though. I left it at the grounds. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to get it back. I probably have to ask.
You should never be parted from your weapon.
Good note. Yeah, that's good. I mean, it wasn't mine. They just gave it to me, so.
It's yours now, until you die.
Till I die, huh? Okay. Oh. You all are very serious.
Yes, Maldor comes from a strict military background, so...
Oh, are you like a paladin?
Not quite.
Oh. All right, well. You have a lot of weapons and armor. Makes you look like one.
This is in character, by the way. Tegan is eating this shit up.
I think the lessons are going well, Tegan.
Cool. All right, let's go, eh?
Yeah, let's, thank you for showing us around.
Yeah, no worries.
And then I guess
right.
we'd go to the stables, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, so you begin to head in the western direction here on the road. You're passing by all the people that are kind of running. Then you come towards the keep, right, or the kind of the grounds, which is surrounded by the wall, which is technically that is the fort, right? That's the fort side of it all. The wall itself is 5 more feet. It's beautifully bricked. There's a cranial to it. There's 2 towers that are internal staircases that can round up, and the mechanisms inside those towers to raise the portcullis and lower it. But that is just on the eastern facing side, and that same wall continues partially in the northern, partially in the southern. Like I said, there's construction happening. So you're going to be heading into the beautifully walled and well defended section of the fort, which essentially is not the section that's attacked because it faces out towards the rest of the village. I'm going to activate this. I'll go for a description of what you're seeing here. Deciduous trees from Smallwood dot about the somewhat open keep's grounds. A stable and jousting area is placed on the south side of the keep. That's particular for like war horses or horses that are kind of being used for proper training. The jousting is currently happening. People are kind of going back and forth. There's commander type folks with heavily plated armor with insignias that give them kind of note towards the Talthars, which is a white backdrop with red lacing, and then the symbol of Pelor at the center of the tabard. And they're yelling out instructions towards some of the individuals that are training in the jousting area. On the north side, there is another stables, which is far more open, that has wagons kind of parked up in it, more of common animals, such as like goats and sheep in there, and other livestock. And then there is also horses and an open corral filled with other riding horses that are unsaddled and whatnot, just hanging out in the corral. To the north side, there's graves that are dug out. There's kind of individuals that are kind of stacked and layered, and just kind of rocks have been piled up over their grave sites with these very loose plaques. And then past that, there are numerous training grounds that have kind of these half walled or fenced with rickety kind of wooden fencing that individuals are training. And there's just crowds. And soldier-wise, over 300, 400 just alone you're seeing through some of the siding of the stables on the north side. People are still pressing in around you, getting towards their posts. They're seemingly know where they're going. No one says anything to you as you pass in on your stagecoach and your horse. You're just kind of riding up into the central or the main road here, which is the only road that leads to what the structure is in front of you to your west. Now, Farron Keep is a 3-story, a sturdy stone brick structure. It's pretty small. I mean, it's just like a solid hunk of stone that's been bricked up. There's not any windows. The walls are quite thick, and some of the actual second and third story actually have like kind of arrow slit like windows. They're kind of formed at an angle, but they don't have any real easy access to fire out of them per se. They're really more for like ventilation, getting some air maybe, and being above not much danger of individuals, right, climbing up, and they're too small for anybody really to get into. There is a protrusion of the keep right up here, and that itself is protrude just on the first floor, and it has like kind of a semi-arch, almost like a tunnel that comes outwards, and there's a double wooden door that's metal reinforced, and there are 2 soldiers on either side of that with shields, battle axes, dangling crossbows from the side, and they seem to be actual guard or soldiers that are just kind of sitting there, one smoking a pipe. There's another one that's sleeping, and they're just hanging out.
As we're riding in the coach, I'm be like, I know this is gonna sound kind of rich, but aren't you a little young to be a soldier?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, like, you look like a young farmer. Why would you be fighting? Do y'all not have a guard here?
Well, I mean, yeah, but we're conscripted. You don't know what that means?
I mean, I do, but I'm just wondering how bad the situation is.
I mean, you look pretty fancy yourself, so, I mean, I don't really think you really truly know what that means. Maybe you're... So, I come from a very poor family of farmers. We're cabbage farmers. We have a small homestead just a couple miles east of the Windy Ale House and Tower. We got a call in from the fort that said they needed soldiers to train us and to get us ready, potentially go to war to the far south, but we would help to fend against undead. something very crucial. So in exchange for getting 20 gold pieces, my father sent me away to here, and I'm to serve.
Oh. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked.
We all come from different backgrounds.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit insensitive. I'm sorry.
All right, I gotta go. Hops off. Training starts soon. Just runs into the rain.
Good luck.
Leaves there.
Deacon, perhaps you should give Varys some lessons on being nice.
I didn't realize how rude that sounded until he said that.
What? So
I
we
feel
can pick up
awful.
more children to come in our cart with us?
Come on, he was nice. He said he had never.
Candy for you.
He said that he had never ridden in a stagecoach before. Come on.
Well, now we
It
know
was
what the
nice.
life of a
It
poor
was
farmer
nice
is.
it was nice of you to give him that one indulgence before he dies, which will be soon.
That's kind of what I was thinking a little bit, but it kind of felt bad at the same time. I don't know. I guess we'll.
You're a real hero, Morris. You're a real hero.
Yes, of course. Yes, the hero that stood against Damodar.
Well,
Didn't
you live to tell
Dad
the tale.
die? Yes, of course. But I guess we'll go to the keep and see if we can help.
A halfling comes running out through the crowd, carrying a small chapeau, suspenders, kind of coat over top, runs with no shoes on, yells outwards, "Hello! Hi! Hello! Do you need stabling?" It's yelling out at your stagecoach. And whoever's driving,
right.
which would be Thanos.
I will just wave at him and give him a nod.
All right,
Thanos
for the
has
whole
used
lot
ring of
here,
invisibility, by the
all
way.
horses and your coach here. Thumbs up. You don't talk at all. Keeps pressing through the crowd, nose right up to the horses. Are you
I
mute?
use my words only when necessary.
You deaf? You speak. What'd you say? Say it again.
Oh, I only use my words when necessary.
You only use your. Do you not think this is a necessary time to use your words?
I think this is a very simple transaction. We need boarding. You do boarding.
This is not exactly a simple transaction, mate. This is a lot more than that. You may take care of your horses and treat them with respect and honor. You better give me the same. Spits to the ground. You call me Andrew Tumblerot, Master Stable, Fair and Keep. I'll take your damn horses in your coach.
Nice to meet you, Andrew. I respect you more than I respect anyone else in this coach, so you're fine.
All right. Well, for you, I charge 7 gold a week. Gold per day.
Sounds reasonable.
It's not, but that's what I'm telling you. All right. Pull over here. Points off to the north stable and begins to run off.
It's not.
It's not.
I like this guy. This
At
is
least
my
he's
new
honest.
favorite character so far.
Maybe if everybody wasn't just a jerk from the get-go.
I'm not.
I mean, I
let
wasn't
someone
rude
ride
to
in our
him. I
coach.
waved. I nodded. I gave him a thumbs up. I
Dude,
mean, I don't know what he wants.
Honestly,
That's practically a kiss on the lips from Thanos.
Yeah, right? Like, how much
Yeah.
nicer you want me to be?
That's more than
this
Thanos has
guy
ever done to me.
shot it to us straight from the get-go.
Yeah.
He said,
Yeah.
"I'm gonna rip you off. Do you want to park your carriage or not?"
That's fair. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
He
Thanos is
literally-
100% parking the carriage there.
So
he
you
runs
pull
the
your
stable
carriage.
in a place that you can't get to because of zombies. I mean, he's got to make his money where he
You
can.
pull your carriage into the pull through. Andrew's sitting there, taking off the hat, taking off the poncho, hanging off a wooden pylon. It's there. So fully wooden kind of structure. It's open, somewhat exposed. Puts it up there, looks in the direction of you, the rain hitting on the roof, creating that kind of echo-like effect within the open wooden rafters. All right, so how long? 7 gold then, yep.
I'll just go ahead and give you a week's worth, and I'll give him 50 gold. You can keep the extra one, even though you're already ripping us off.
You're giving me 50 gold.
He said a gold a
One
day,
gold a
damn it.
day.
You're hard of
wait.
hearing, mate. I don't know if you can
I
hear what
thought
I
it
said.
said-
I said a gold a day, 7 gold for a week. But you know what? Give me 50 gold. I'll take it. Give it
Wait,
here.
did you say 15 or
I swore he
50?
said 7 gold a day.
Well,
That's
sounds
what I
like
said
Oh
too,
my
yeah.
That's what I heard.
god.
sounds like I know how to do business, don't I? Tricking you all, you noble rich folk. Honestly, though, look at this one. Those weapons are nice. Are you here to speak to the commander?
That we are. We're hoping to help eradicate some of the trouble.
Oh, well, you don't look like you tell Thars. You come adventurer folk, yeah?
You could call us that.
Paul, what is wrong with this one?
Egan, I think you should cast silence on Varys and Thanos.
Has the term for
Listen.
you, sir, ever been heard called edgelord? Have you heard that before?
Look,
be a
I just
proper
want to hit
description
stuff
for
in a
you.
blacksmith, okay?
Oh my god.
I
It's
am
definitely
here
your
to just
blacksmith.
watch the world burn.
All right, well, you do hitting stuff on your own time. When you're talking to me, you talk straight. 50 gold then. Sounds like it's good for a week. I'll take the change. Keep your horses nice and fed and groomed, and I'll make sure to grease your wheels. All right?
And massage for 50 gold. They should get a massage, I think.
Oh, you don't know what I do to your horses, mate. If you did, you would keep them with me all the time.
Perhaps.
I suddenly feel very uncomfortable.
I
I
love
think
this
you
guy.
should be paying us at that point.
They don't call me Stable Master Andrew Tubblerot for nothing.
Laura.
All right. Well, you
How
have
are you
fun with the
not running the
horses.
city?
We will leave you alone with them, and we're gonna go to the keep.
Be
All
warned,
right.
this one
All
can
right.
this one can speak to them, so he will know.
I don't very know what that means, speaking to them. You mean whisper into their ears? Tell them sweet nothings?
Oh no, like I could talk to them, and they talk
No,
back.
You talk to your horses.
I haven't talked to these
But
ones
yet
yet.
you won't talk to me straight up, but you talk to your horses straight up. So you think you're disrespecting me now, mate. You're thinking I'm worse and less than a horse.
Have you ever talked to an animal? They all they do is threaten to bite you because
Yeah. They're all assholes, it's true.
Well, it sounds like you're the asshole and they just want to bite you because you're an asshole. That's just what they do. I've never had a horse
That could
bite me
also be
before or
true.
kick me.
That's true.
that's okay.
He has a point.
All right.
If Varys is going to start walking to the keep,
Point, mate.
he's had enough of this.
See you later.
Give our
luck
horses
to
all
you,
your
mates.
love.
All right. So begin to pass outside.
I love
of the
how like we went
stable
from
there.
like normal accents up north to immediately Australian.
We're down under now.
Yeah, we were down under.
It sounds like he's gonna be down under. I'm just throwing it out there.
Down on the fucking ground. I fired 3 bolts.
Oh my
I
was
mean, out here
God.
calling me out and
Thanos
shit.
meant by down
Call
under.
me out. Puff up the
We-
chest. What are you doing?
We have been here for 5 minutes, and we've coerced a child into a fucking cart and gotten ripped off by a fucking guy who's got a bestiality kick.
Well, that's because
Like-
Thanos can't hear, and he said 50 gold for
I
the
swear
week.
he said 7 gold a day.
He said.
No.
He said 7 gold for a week, 1 gold a day.
Yeah.
I think you were
Literally
like,
what-
that sounds
literally what I
reasonable, and he said,
That sounds-
absolutely not. But you can
That's
come
fine.
and fuck here anyway.
I
And then
don't
you
pay
said,
him.
you know what? 50 gold.
7 times
That's fine.
more.
I gave him
It's
50.
it's a power
For
move.
the entertainment, it was worth it.
Lord have mercy.
It was.
I never thought I'd wish Maldor was the one speaking.
All right. So as we head
Thanos
outside
doesn't talk.
of the stable and we go into the direction of the entrance of the keep, which is only one entrance here. Again, it's a very solid stone brick structure. It just seems to be that protrusion that might be the entrance into here. We're going to go ahead and end the session before we get into future descriptions and certain things. It's a good time to end it on a good laugh with our stable master here.
That was great.
And I'll go ahead and calculate some experience. If you have questions, go and ask them.
Y'all should know better than to leave Thanos
I
alone.
feel so bad for talking to that dude like that. I didn't think he would. I didn't think he got sold into fucking combat. Like, that was awful. Ugh. I'm an asshole, but it's okay.
You're
Are
rich.
you the
It's-
asshole, or are we just
It's on brand.
loaded and don't care?
I was like, man, you look kind of young to be fighting. And he was like, do you know what conscripted means? And I was like, well, I know that means forced service. And he's like, no, you don't know what it means.
It's a good thing Zeph's been deep in prayer this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh God.
He's
God,
been
he's
holding
gonna
up his
hate
sentinel
what
shield,
happened.
like looking through the eye.
Zeph would have given that poor stable master another 50 gold for having to deal with Thanos, I'm sure.
I mean, I guess it's par for the course since Maldor gave that bar wench 10 gold.
I did. I gave them 10 gold.
Oh.
I threw some money at one of them. I was just like, "Don't ever let my cup get empty."
Oh,
I think you guys paid them. I think you guys paid them more because I was being such an asshole.
Yeah, that's
You
what
an asshole? Never.
Cool,
All right.
man. Our XP
That was a
running-
rough night.
Our XP's running light this session, boy.
They have 879 experience each, 29,101 experience total. That's for, role play, skill checks, things like that. We had very kind of intense conversations. We got the information from that engagement, and then we went to some fast travel during through our shopping and whatnot. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And hopefully you join us again for the Ill-Fated as they accost Stable Master. Just kidding.
Yeah, that was
I didn't cost him. I don't know what he wanted from me. I just
They
wanted
had
to like.
another city.
not talking normally to a stable master. Halfling's coming out, wanted to kiss your horse. It's fine. We're Ill-Fated.
That's how Thanos talks. It's
I
fine.
just wanted to be your friend.
I just want to be your friend. Anyway, so hopefully you join us again, and we appreciate you watching. And so we'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.